awesome. So good to see you and hear all these names of friends coming out. Seth, shout out to Seth. Amazing. I'm going to ask for a screen share here because I also have a delightful presentation that I would love to share with you all. Can everybody see my screen?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yay. Yeah, and just thank you so much, both of you, for putting together this summit, this 2-day epic coming together of people to share and learn and ask questions and really just like forage community together. It's really inspiring, really sweet, and I'm definitely really honored to be an additional voice for the fungi and be an advocate for the fungi here. I'm gonna reorient. Yeah.
Very grateful to have you, and super excited to hear the presentation. Can you hit that play button to make it full screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
awesome. Make sure that's working before you get going. Perfect. Looks great.
How's that working? Good?
Looks really good.
Awesome. Yeah, so thank you, Jess Starwood, for speaking to the fungi and for showing your incredible art and photography and food, and really for showing this like applied realm of mycology. Like one way we can be in relationship with fungi is definitely with food and medicine. So I'm just going to kind of piggyback off of that and provide a deeper layer and kind of introduce and open the doors for people to have a deeper understanding of who fungi are, like as organisms. You know, really, like to be in relationship with anything, we have to know who they are and what we're being in relationship with. So I'm just going to kind of like paint the picture of who fungi are, get into a little bit of like ethical foraging practices that I've practiced and cultivated over the years, do a couple shout outs to some cool species of mushrooms and how I work with them for healing land and remediation, and just kind of touch on a lot of things. So let's get to it. First, I want to honor the lands that I live with here in central Northern California. I live right on the border of Southern Pomo and Costa Miwok territory. And you know, there's a really, really deep rooted understanding of fungi here from the indigenous people of this place, as well as like all sorts of mycologists, you know, are blooming out of this place as well, because we live in a very, very fungally rich area, kind of in this like beautiful ecotone where there's so much tree biodiversity, a lot of different ecologies all coming together, which really renders a lot of fungal biodiversity. If you're interested in learning more about the indigenous uses of fungi here in California, I highly recommend this paper over here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but on the right-hand side over here by Kat Harrison and Frank Lake. Really powerful. Yeah, completely broke me open to understanding the deeper roots of how people have been in relationship with fungi on this land since time immemorial. So highly recommend that paper. As well, this is just kind of giving an introduction to fungi. As someone who really, you know, like cares about fungal biodiversity and sees biodiversity as a metric to understanding the health of a place, I really, really am inspired by this woman's work, Juliana Frucci. She's one of the first female Chilean mycologists and also is the owner and founder of the Fungi Foundation, which is doing incredible work all over the world, really like writing fungi into conservation initiatives around the world, which is like an unheard of thing. Because people don't really mention fungi. You know, we hear about flora and fauna, but where's the funga? Like fungi have been put under the category of flora for forever. So how do we really like honor their life as an entire branch in the kingdom of life? You know, fungi are so unique. So she's doing this work and writing fungi into conservation initiatives and asking, you know, where's the funga? So 3 F's: flora, fauna, funga. Don't forget about it. And you know, they deserve the recognition. Mycology has been kind of a a field shrouded in secrecy and uncertainty in a lot of ways for many, many years. And, fungi are kind of ephemeral, secretive beings, but there's so much light being shed on fungi right now, and, coming up through the food and medicine and psychedelic realms. So I think it's just important to understand who fungi are. And I kind of see fungi as medicine for all layers of the human life experience. They're ecological medicine, so we often say they're decomposers of life, but what about also including that they're recomposing life as they decompose life? It's a full circle process. If you think of like waterways as the blood vessels of the earth, I like to think of fungi and the fungal mycelial networks as literally the neural network of the planet, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. As well as, they're building soil, they're cycling nutrients, they're providing food and habitat for so many more organisms than humans. They connect forests through underground networks, they help support plant health and immunity, and they even alter hydrological cycles. This is a really, really cool piece that I don't know how deep I'll go into, but I'll mention it again at some point. Their physiological medicine for the human body, like taking death and decay and making it into medicine, as well as their energetic medicine. I like to think of them as these interface organisms that bridge life and death. They really hold like so many deep teachings. And I asked the question, and I've been holding the question my whole life, how can we adopt the teachings of fungi into our human systems or into our own individual lives? And so I invite you to hold that question as I go through this presentation, and just think of like, when you learn something cool about fungi, like how can you also relate that to yourself and relate that into your own life? Because they're really good at doing what they do. They've been around for a long time. There's about 130,000 different species of fungi that have been described by people. And it's estimated that there's about 3 to 5 million species of fungi on this planet. So that means we know about anywhere from 2 to 5% of the entire fungal diversity on Earth, which means we know nothing. As much as we do know, fungi are just such good bringers of humility, in the sense of like, the more you learn and the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. In this kind of tree you see on the right-hand side is a highly, highly simplified version of like the fungal tree, basically just showing, on the two mushrooms that you probably recognize and identify on the far left-hand side, the Basidiomycota and Ascomycota, those are like the above ground fruiting macrofungi that we interface with and eat and forage and make medicine with. Those are the ones that people are going to look at and be like, oh, that's a mushroom. But there's this whole other realm of non-mushroom forming fungi, like molds and chytrids and yeasts and all these things that we also rely on, but they're completely away from the eye. Like they stay kind of shrouded in secrecy, and they're very cryptic organisms, yet they're all over your skin right now, and all over your hair, and all over your home, or all over your environment if you're outside. They're everywhere. So it's good to start to recognize that we are in many ways, inextricably interconnected with them. And we're going to focus on the mushrooms, the large macro forming, the macro fungi, otherwise known as mushrooms. And this is just a cool little compilation of photos that I've taken in my journeys through the forest here, in the coastal forests, and just really speaking to like how many diverse shapes and structures and colors they come in. One thing fun about working with fungi is you literally learn something new every single day. It's inevitable. You go out in the forest and you see a species you've never seen before. So it's really beautiful, and they're super funky and alien-like, and I just love them so much. But I also don't want to get too hierarchical and say that these fungi are more important than the other non-mushroom forming fungi, because all of the other underground fungi that don't even make mushrooms, but yet are doing so much powerful work in the soil, they deserve recognition too. it's harder to like, be in direct relationship with them. But once you start learning about soil and ecological cycles and the formation, like the decay of plant matter, it really, it really goes to show just like how important these organisms are as well. So I'm just going to do another, like, keep doing a little brief introduction to fungi, but just really skimming over the surface. I give like 3-hour-long entire day workshops about this content. So I'm just really going to skim the surface here. But this is a little infographic I made just to show how abundant fungi are in our landscape. When we look at a forest, we often see the plants and the trees, things that are like more easily identifiable to the eye. But once we start like, cultivating those mushroom lenses, and this definitely happens when you start foraging for mushrooms, once we start opening our perception to how fungi show up in the environment, they're everywhere on almost every surface of everything. Literally, on bark, inside of trees, inside of roots, in the soil, fruiting out of the soil. And now we know, there's like these foliar, endo, and epiphytic fungi that live their entire lives on and inside of the cells of plants. So we can't really talk about plants without also talking about fungi anymore, because now we have this awareness that they're just embedded in everything. And the way that fungi acquire nutrition, whether they're eating dead and decaying material, whether they're making mutualistic associations with living plants, whether they're parasites or pathogens, this mode of nutrition really speaks to the role that the fungi play in their environment. Oh, and don't forget lichens. Lichens are awesome. They're a mutualistic symbiosis between an ascomycete fungi and algae and cyanobacteria and yeasts. And now we're, lichenologists are saying that each lichen is not just a fungi and an algae. They're like many, many, many different species. Their entire ecology is just within like one little organism. Speaking to the mycorrhizal fungi real quick, and I'm speaking to this because a lot of our delicacies, our mushroom delicacies, are what we call ectomycorrhizal fungi, meaning that the mycelium of the fungi, which I'll speak to a little bit further in a moment, are making associations with the roots of living trees. And they're actually forming these, like the mycelium are forming these networks around the cells of the roots of the living trees. So our chanterelles, our matsutake, our black trumpets, our hedgehogs, our candy caps, our porcini, so many other different types of delicious edible fungi are ectomycorrhizal. And when you start to get to know how they live their lives, you can become like really, expand your skills in mushroom foraging, because, you get to know how each mushroom chooses their partner and what trees they're partnered with. And there's a lot of other types of mycorrhizal fungi too. It's so cool. Definitely, like, if you're interested in that, it's a deep rabbit hole. And, fungi as living organisms, they have so many different characteristics, just like we do. You can meet someone and know their name, but you're not going to remember them unless you know like what they look like and what color eyes they have and what color hair they have, what their style is. It's the same thing with mushrooms. It's just a slow process of getting to know, like, what are the characteristics of each individual mushroom that you're wanting to cultivate a relationship with. And the list goes so deep. This is just a very basic diagram of like the Amanita type body, typical cap with gills and a skirt around the stem or the stipe. So I won't go too deep into this. You could do an entire presentation just about mushroom anatomy, but just goes to show, how do we forge relationship with fungi? We use our senses, we use our entire sensorium to understand what the distinguishing characteristics are. And this is really going to be the core of how you begin to identify mushrooms, is like noticing all the little nuances that each mushroom has and like presents into the world. And a lot of other important distinguishing characteristics are the spore color. So like mushrooms reproduce by making spores. And they all have different colors, which is a really important characteristic. They all have different smells, tastes, textures, chemical reactions, learning about their nutritional mode, what role they're playing in the environment, as well as if you get super nerdy, get yourself a microscope, and that opens up a whole other portal of with different ways you can distinguish mushrooms with microscopy. All mushrooms and all fungi really are made out of chitin, which is the same structural polymer that like insect exoskeletons and crustaceans are made out of, which is really cool. That has actually a lot of really interesting chitin as a molecule is really medicinal for the human body and acts like a fiber. There's a lot of research coming out about chitin, originally thought as indigestible. It actually has a lot of different cascades of medicinal benefits in our body. And of course, mushrooms are the above ground or out of wood, out of substrate, sexual reproductive structure of the fungus. And most of the fungus, they spend their entire lives in the mycelial state, or if you look at the bottom of this mushroom, these hyphae or hypha, that's really their primary life stage, existing in this hyphal network or this mycelial network. And then when they get ready to have enough nutrition and want to reproduce, they form mushrooms that have spores, and the spores go and they land on a suitable environment, and then they germinate and create more hyphae. The life cycle is really beautiful, and it can get complex, but if you have a general understanding of the life cycle, it can actually make you a really bring that much more mindfulness into your foraging practices, because you get to see a mushroom and say, oh, have you spored out yet? And if you haven't, maybe I shouldn't harvest you yet and let you, spore out a little bit to spread your genetic diversity. And then I can come harvest you later. So having an understanding of like very basic general life cycle can really help deepen in that relationship with fungi. Just to touch on mushrooms as medicine and fungi as medicine and food as medicine. I think we all are probably pretty tuned into the fact that like the right food is the most powerful medicine that we can have and that we can take into our bodies. And the medicinal mushroom market is just exploding globally. Mushrooms are a very ancient medicine, but right now we're really, globally returning to that knowing of how important mushrooms are and how powerful they are for the human body. They are super high in minerals, phosphorus, potassium, including trace minerals. They're really high in vitamins. As someone who was a vegan for a really, really long time, mushrooms were kind of my saving grace when it came to acquiring the amount of B12 and B complex vitamins that I need, because they almost have as much as meat by dry weight. They're complete proteins, so they contain all 9 amino acids, including this really important amino acid ergothioneine, which I won't go into right now, but I teach a lot of medicinal mushroom classes, which I'll like super deeply nerd out about ergothioneine. They're one of the highest foods in dietary fiber, both soluble and insoluble, which is incredibly important in disease prevention and preventative medicine. Really, more and more research is coming out about how important the role of fiber plays in our general well-being. So eat more fiber, eat more mushrooms. They're low in sugars, they're low in fat. And of course, medicinal mushrooms, they are super high in medicinal constituents. Fungi are inherently medicinal because their fungal cell wall is made up of chitin and these compounds called beta glucans. And the beta glucans, you may have heard this, this catchword thrown out in medicinal mushroom products, but the beta glucans are what are going to give us the like immunomodulating properties that mushrooms are really well known for. And I could speak to links about that, but we won't get too deep into it right now, as well as a bunch of other medicinal constituents. Basically, all I'm saying is like, if you eat a mushroom, you're going to get incredible benefits from it. And not any mushroom, of course, the safe ones, the good ones. This is a chart from Christopher Hobbs' book, Medicinal Mushrooms, that just came out. Incredible book. I have a little resources page that has his book on there. But yeah, like for example, chanterelles have 5 to 10 times the amount of potassium than bananas. And porcinis have about 2 times the amount of, I can't see this right here, of vitamin D2 than egg yolk. That being said, too, mushrooms can also synthesize their own vitamin D, which comes in the form vitamin D2, which our bodies can take in very, very well. So if you live in like low sunlight environments or in the Pacific Northwest, for example, like when it's dark 9 months out of the year, you can take mushrooms and flip them gill side up, put them under the sunlight. They will synthesize their own vitamin D up to like 1,000 to 10,000 times the concentration if you didn't put them in the sunlight. And then you can dry them, and well, you need to cook them and then dry them and then powder them, and you can make your own mushroom medicinal vitamin D supplements. Super cool. Yeah, like I said, there's over 200 medicinal benefits that have been ID'd in medicinal mushrooms. And there's a lot of different ways that the medicinal mushroom constituents are being synthesized. But like I said, our bodies are incredibly efficient extractors. So if you are cooking and eating your mushrooms, you are getting the specific constituents you want out of the mushrooms, but you're also getting a whole suite of other things. And I am personally in the belief system that whole medicine is such a gift. And we need isolated constituents for various reasons. But when it comes to whole medicine, it's like this is the evolutionary package that it was given to us in, and for good reasons. Yeah, much I could say on medicinal mushrooms, but I'm not going to get too much into that right now. I teach classes on medicinal mushrooms all the time, which I go super deep into all this, but we're just going to keep it pretty light right now. Mushrooms are ancient ancestral medicine. This is just a little timeline I whipped together for a former presentation showing like truly the lineage of how mushrooms have been used in cultures from all over the world, from Africa to Mesoamerica to the Alps, to different areas in Europe, to China, to Scandinavia. It's really wild to like watch the progression of human relationship with fungi over time. And there's some really, really deep stuff here, both for food, for medicine, for ceremony. Mushrooms have been an integral part of human evolution, really for tens of thousands of years, and even potentially further back than that. So I'm going to spend most of my time here talking about ethical foraging. And what do we mean when we say ethical foraging? I'm still asking myself that question and still holding that question because it's always changing for me. The more we find out, every time we like find out a new piece, or you in your own journey find out a new piece of information, like our definition around our ethics when in relationship to something tends to change just a little bit all the time. So I like to ask that question, like, what does ethical mean to you? And how are you being in relationship with your ethics, or the word regenerative? I think it's, slightly subjective for everyone, but there are like certain perennial patterns within being in regenerative relationship with something. And that's kind of what I'll speak to right here, both from personal experience and kind of sensing throughout mushroom communities over time. So when we're harvesting mushrooms, Jess was speaking to this, we're harvesting the fruiting body of the fungal organism, really like the sexual reproductive organ of the fungal organism. So you're not necessarily going to harm the body of the fungus by picking a mushroom. A lot of people use the metaphor, the analogy, picking an apple off of an apple tree. It's oversimplified, but it does the job. We're picking the fruit from this like larger organism. And, a lot of people in mycological circles will say, like, oh, you need to cut them or you're going to hurt them, or you have to pluck them or you're going to do the wrong thing. But there's this really incredible study that's called often the Swiss study. It's a 27-year longitudinal study that explored this very question, does picking or cutting harm the population of, or the abundance of, in this case, they were studying chanterelles. And ultimately the conclusion was no. Cutting, picking, harvesting in general actually didn't affect the abundance of the chanterelles in these certain plots. The one thing that did impair fruiting numbers was trampling. So like having a lot of compressing from feet on the duff of the forest floor. And yeah, just spoke to this as well. But it really brings to mind, like how are we walking through these ecologies of which we are benefiting from? And can we do that with more mindfulness? So honorable harvesting, this comes from a lot of different thought processes. Mostly I'm speaking on my own experience, but I'm also kind of sequestering experiences from many people. And I also want to shout out, I know I tuned in for a moment and someone spoke Robin Wall Kimmerer's name, but I just really want to like honor her for laying out the honorable harvesting practice in such a clear and coherent way that really impacted the way that I move through my life and definitely the way I interact with plants and fungi. So yeah, mushrooms are living sentient beings. How can we honor their life and their gifts? And this is always an interesting thing to talk about with folks, asking for permission, consent from a non-human being. What does that look like? What does interspecies communication look like to you? And it's different for everyone, like some people think it's pretty weird and like kind of quirky. But for me, it honestly comes in like shades of color. Like when I'm communing deeply with a fungus or a plant and asking to harvest it, they like show me different colors behind my closed eyes. And I've like learned to communicate with them in that way. So it looks different for everyone and it's all valid as long as we're doing it, taking that pause and leaning in and saying, hey, you're an intelligent, sentient organism. Like, how do I communicate with you? What does that look like? It really helps us like bring us out of our humanness and deeper into all the conversation that is going on around us when we're in a wild space that just doesn't come in human language. So it's a really interesting thing. Definitely invite you into this question the next time you go out and sit with anything. Just see what they say or not say, or what they show you. As I said, yeah, tread lightly. It's one of the biggest impacts that we can have on fungal abundance and fruiting body abundance is compaction of this duff, really, that fungi rely on for soil and for organic matter and for aeration. They're aerobic organisms that breathe oxygen just like we do. So they need the air. They can't grow in like a super solid, compact area. So yeah, it's inevitable that we're gonna leave footprints on the forest floor if we go out foraging. I'm not like condemning going out foraging, just inviting deeper awareness of how we move about in a sensitive ecology. And yeah, like being aware of the numbers of people that we're with, a lot of different things. Yeah, and these ones will feel you. I'll go on a little tangent real quick. The tip of their hyphae, so like the tip of each of these tiny little single-celled threads that we call hyphae or mycelium. Mycelium is just plural for hyphae. The very tip of these threads is what we call a Spitzenkorper. It's a German word, but this is like the actively growing tip of the fungal network. And it's been shown that these fungal tips have photoreceptors, so they can literally like see light and grow towards or away from light. They have kind of an equivalent to ears, as in they sense vibration very sensitively. So they can sense like vibratory movement in the soil. They can smell. They have pheromone receptors, so they can like literally like take in different chemicals to orient themselves through these like deep, dark, rotting logs and soil. Like they have sensory organs just like we do. So how are we also like, we're in their home when we're in the forest. So how are we paying attention to like what they might be feeling? And of course, when harvesting, know your mushroom. This is like hands down the most important thing I think with any foraging. One, before you even pick the mushroom, like, do you have an understanding of like who you're looking at or what you're dealing with? And then when you pick the mushroom, to further identify it, before you take it out of the forest, are you sure that it's an edible or medicinal species that you're actually wanting to use? Just having an intention. What are you using this mushroom for? Also, when you start to forge a deeper relationship with mushrooms, getting to know, like, are these mushrooms abundantly growing in my area, or is this like a super rare species, or are they having like a hard year? This year in the forest, the coastal forest where I go to gather, it's been an incredibly abundant black trumpet year. Like, oh my gosh, like seas, like blankets of black trumpets. So for whatever reasons, and I have my ideas, they're just doing really, really well. But last year, it wasn't so much that case, so I didn't really forage a lot of black trumpets last year because I saw them showing me like, hey, I'm not in that much abundance right now. So maybe, the fewer fruiting bodies really need the opportunity to send out their spores and kind of be left alone. So just like being aware of like how abundant they are and letting that be the metric of how much you take, if at all. Do you have to cause a lot of disturbance to get to them? Are they like all the way on the top of the hill and you have to go through like super sensitive fern valleys to get there? Or are they right on the log next to you? Just gauging that. Sometimes I know it's fun to like spot a mushroom from like the ridge over and be like, I'm going to go get it. But, bringing awareness into like, who are we impacting on our way to go get what we want? Are they perennial or annual? A really good example of this is, for example, turkey tails are annuals. So they have a growing season. They kind of stop growing, even though their fruiting bodies will last, and then they begin to grow again. Whereas like artist conchs, Ganoderma applanatum, they will continue to grow throughout the year, and they grow from the same fruiting body. So they can be many, many years old, growing from the same fruiting body. And you can actually kind of count how long they've been growing through these concentric rings, almost like a tree. So that's something to bear in mind. Also, what food or shelter are they providing for other organisms? This is, it's hard to know, how many organisms eat chanterelles, or like who is actually relying on chanterelles, but there's a lot of research coming out about the different ecological roles of some of our endangered species. And like some endangered species rely like very intimately on fungi. For example, the spotted owl in this environment has this incredible relationship with the red-backed vole, and the red-backed vole eating the truffles, and then the spotted owl eating the voles, and then the truffles giving health to like old growth Doug fir trees, which the spotted owls need to live in. So being aware of like who else is needing this food too. It's not all for us, and this photo was a good reminder of that. I was foraging for black trumpets, and I picked up a large fruiting body and found this beautiful salamander, large salamander. I'm not exactly sure what kind of salamander, maybe like the giant Pacific salamander. If anyone knows, put it in the chat. Any herpetologists out there. But it was a good reminder of like, okay, there's so many other beings here. Need to be careful. And yeah, then what is the ecological significance or role of the mushroom that you're working with? What stage of the life cycle are your mushrooms in? You know, are they like way closed and capped, and are their gills not showing at all? That probably means that the spores aren't mature and they haven't even had the chance to sporulate yet. There's some species of mushrooms where like it's actually, you know, some people say it's ideal to harvest them before they spore out. For example, like matsutake, a lot of them, you know, people say that their ideal state is when they're still in their button form. And, you know, for culinary reasons, I definitely agree with that. But from like a biodiversity and like genetic, genetic pool perspective, I always like to find the ones that are, you know, more gilled out, because I'm like, okay, you've had the chance to at least release some spores. And then if you see this video, this is shiitake that we grow at our mushroom farm, Moonfruit Mushroom Farm. And this is just a beautiful dance of them releasing their spores in the sunshine. So it's really beautiful. You can often see the mushrooms releasing their spores in the right light. And each tiny little dust, you know, is potentially an entire new community of fungi that have like new unique genetics. So it's a way to just tune into their life and their lifestyle and their life cycle. And then, yeah, take only what you're going to use, and also have the intention, what are you going to do with this medicine? This is just an array of the different ways I work with fungi, from all the way to the left-hand side. The left top is fiber art. So Phaliola schwannensii, the dyer's polypore. I made little, I dyed wool and had a friend make little mittens from them. You know, mushroom lattes, mushroom tinctures, mushroom salts, jerky, the different types of food. My food pictures aren't nearly as exquisite as Jess's are. Your entire presentation was making my mouth water the entire time. But yeah, there's so many ways to be in relationship to fungi, but it's always good to know, you know, what you're going to do. Always, like, before you go out in the field, have the intention of like, what am I looking for and what am I wanting to do? So that way it like kind of guides your process and you're not just like taking a whole bunch that are going to end up rotting on your kitchen shelf. Taken a way that does the least harm. So this is a way that I harvest my artist conch medicine, Ganoderma applanatum, because they're perennial polypores. You can actually just cut off the very outer growing edge of the conch fruit body, and it will just grow back next year. So if you take the entire conch off of the tree, it's very, very unlikely that a new fruit body is going to grow back from that same scab. And it's actually a point of infection of pathogenic bacteria and fungi into the tree. So in this way, you can just cut off that very outer edge and get plenty of medicine, because these fruit bodies get huge. And then you can come back to that mushroom the next year or the year after, and there will be new flesh growing on that cut mark that you can harvest again. So it's just such a beautiful way to really be in relationship, to be in long-term relationship with these organisms. When you're foraging, you know, have good mushroom manners, I like to call them. Cover up your excavation hole with forest duff to help out all the little organisms. And if you, you know, if you have bits and pieces of mushrooms that fall off as you're cleaning them, you know, like bury them under the duff. It's never fun to go out mushroom foraging and just see a bunch of like discarded mushrooms everywhere. It just kind of like, it's just, it's to me, it's a sign of irreverence. I know that people have their own way of doing things, but I just like to, you know, keep it nice and pristine, as well as when you put mushroom flesh back on the floor, it has closer contact with the soil microorganisms that are ultimately going to eat that mushroom. This is another way of being. This is my favorite way of really like feeling like I am in regenerative participation with a forest. And this comes with practice, but when you're harvesting mycorrhizal fungi, and if you know who their tree partner is, you can actually take the little pieces of mushroom flesh from your mushroom and go to the different trees that mushroom partners with and dig down a little bit and put that mushroom flesh as an inoculum on other host trees to literally like cultivate that mycorrhizal fungus in an in situ forest setting. So here's a little example of that. So my partner Ryath is cleaning a queen bolete, a queen porcini, which grows in tan oak madrone forests. And as he's cleaning off the dust, or not the dust, but the duff from the base of that porcini, he's taking the little bits and putting it in a hole on another tan oak. And, you know, who knows how well that cultivation style is working, but it's just a way to be in participation. And I personally believe that we are having an effect in both helping the population of the mushrooms and helping the health of the trees. But it takes, you know, knowing the mushroom species that you're working with. It takes knowing what their host trees are to really do this in an efficient way, or in a way that might really help. And of course, you know, when you're picking your specimens, keep your eyes out for slime molds and bugs. It's really common. A lot of other organisms like to eat mushrooms just as we do, except for the picture on the far right. That's what you might know as a lobster mushroom. And that's actually a mushroom that has been parasitized by another type of mushroom eating mold to create the lobster mushroom. So it's actually what we call mycophagy. So a mushroom eating a mushroom to create another mushroom. It's super cool. So I like that mold. Hypomyces is a great mold. But the rest of the molds, you know, I wouldn't really desire to partake. Carry mushrooms in porous baskets. This is something, if you ever foraged for mushrooms before, you've probably heard of. And try not to spill them, like my dear friend Matt, who spilled all his morels on the forest floor. But hey, he probably, you know, did great work in dispersing a lot of spores in that incident. And use your mushrooms timely. Oh, is it not going to play? Oh, there it goes. So this is happening within the period of probably like 10 hours, 24 hours. This is the shaggy mane mushroom, also known as Coprinus comatus. And it goes through this process called deliquescing, where within a day, it will completely enzymatically digest itself and become this black boar goo. And obviously, I don't think you want to eat that. It also smells kind of like rotting flesh. Some people love it and use it in like black squid ink pastas as like a replacement for squid ink. But it's pretty repulsive to me. When they're young, they're really, really delicious. But if you don't use them within a couple hours, then they will turn into this black spore goo, which, however, you can use to make ink. And I am also an artist and derive a lot of my inspiration from fungi. And I use the Coprinus comatus spore ink to paint a lot of my art. So these are a couple pictures that I've painted with Coprinus comatus ink. So it's all just about knowing what mushroom you're dealing with, because you couldn't really do this with moldy porcini. And then last little bit, I'm going to quickly talk about some microremediation and talking about like how fungi, just to be aware of where fungi are growing in the environment. This is a really cool species. I think it's a tuberia or a lacaria that was growing out of my Salvia divinorum pot in my room. I have a little like vertebrae, and all of a sudden these like purple mushrooms started growing out of this vertebrae. And I was like, whoa, this is so cool. Yeah, here on the right is another, these are the shaggy manes, the Coprinus comatus that we just saw. They're delicious when they're young. I would not eat Coprinus comatus that are like bursting out of the middle of a road. Mushrooms are really powerful sequesterers and remediators, and it's always, you know, just like plants, be aware of what environment they're growing in, especially if you're going to put them in your body or use them for medicine for yourself or other people. Real quick shout out to a couple mushroom species, and then we'll open it up for questions. Oysters are an incredible saprotrophic mushroom that grows around this region. They're a generalist. You can find them everywhere. They're a really good like beginner mushroom to identify for foragers. They're pretty unmistakable when you get to know them, and they're delicious. They're widely in cultivation, super easy to grow. You can literally throw oyster mycelium on unpasteurized straw and it will probably grow and fruit. And I speak to them because they're incredible remediators. So on the left-hand side, that's growing oyster on motor oil soaked straw. I was changing my oil and the oil fell out all over the driveway and we sopped it all up with straw and then just threw oyster spawn on it and they grew incredibly. We actually also tested this for the concentrations of motor oil within the substrate, and over a period of 6 months, it almost declined into nothing. It went from like super concentrated to basically nothing. With a test called Hanby Environmental. It's a really cool little environmental test kit. And on the right, this is me growing oysters on cigarette butts that I collected from the local park with used toilet paper, not used toilet paper, used tissue paper. I didn't get that gnarly this time. Used tissue paper and like cardboard just from the house trash waste. And I just, mix it all up, soaked it, put it in a jar, and the oysters grew fantastically. I would not eat either of these oysters. Technically, they could be deemed as safe because they are actually fully breaking down the different PAH molecules that are present in both of these. But it's never recommended to eat mushrooms from a remediation experiment. Just don't do it. And I don't think I have too much time to go deeper into like the theory of microremediation or why this stuff works, but I've been working in microremediation and doing research with microremediated fungi for a long time and can go super deep into this theory. And it's really, really powerful to have awareness of. But basically, just to put it really clearly, in using the same enzymes and mechanisms that fungi use to break down lignin, those same enzymes can break down very complex benzene rings and different hydrocarbons, which are what most of our petroleum-derived pollutants are made out of. So on the top, you see the shape of lignin right here. Fungi have incredible capacity to break down lignin, which is a super complex structural polymer. And because they can break those hexagonal bonds, which we call benzene or aromatic rings, they have the same ability to break down all of these really complex, what the EPA calls the 16 priority PAH pollutants. And I'll leave it at that, but just know that many fungi have the inherent capacity to do some really powerful work in remediating. We took this theory and applied it on a large scale this year, working in 5 different areas around California, working to clean up the toxic residue left after structure burns from the wildfires in 2020. This is a really, really deep, passionate subject of mine, and I'm happy to talk to it at length. If you go onto Co-Renewal's website, which is the organization I work for and doing this research, we gave an entire webinar about this specific research and talked about theory. You can go and watch that. It's about an hour long. Just go to corenewal.com or type in co-renewal on Google, and you can watch that webinar. But it was incredibly powerful work where we use native oyster species. This is one that I cultivated from a local hike that I love to walk on. So using native species for native remediation, really, really important for many reasons. And then this is basically just some of the applications we were doing with the fungi, basically inoculating these straw wattles that are downhill of burned houses, burned structures that contain all sorts of different toxins. Because unfortunately, we live in a system where a lot of what we live in, a lot of what our structures are made out of and how they're maintained is incredibly toxic. And when that burns, it just condenses and leaves behind a lot of work to do and a lot of cleanup, as well as a lot of grief. And it's it's a really complex subject. Yeah, and I'm really just scratching the surface on this. But this is one of the ways we can use fungi. Talking, on these burn sites that I was documenting over time, watching their regeneration, which has been absolutely phenomenal to like transform my own grief of fire into to inspiration, and watching how rapidly these ecologies are regenerating. And here's just some of the fungi that we find just growing on their own accord in these burned environments very, very rapidly after the burn. Most of these I found within the first rains after the fire, just all over the landscape. A lot of these cup fungi, these ascomycete fungi, which are the more kind of primordial species of fungi, they definitely have a longer evolutionary lineage. And then real quick, I'll just mention this. Omphaliotis olivescens is an incredible saprotrophic fungi in California. It's poisonous, it's toxic, so don't eat it. It's bioluminescent, which is awesome. You can use it for textile dyeing. And we found a species, a specimen growing on eucalyptus, which we're now using for research in Bay Area applied mycology, basically doing regenerative forestry management with this saprotrophic species of fungus. As you may well know, eucalyptus are super invasive in California. A lot of people are just really gruesomely cutting them down and applying pesticides, like state park and regional park systems are applying pesticides to these trees to prevent from resprouting. So we thought if we put this really aggressive saprotrophic fungus back into the cut trees, maybe they won't have to apply pesticides to prevent the regrowth, and these fungi can naturally decompose these eucalyptus stumps. Really awesome project. Happy to talk more about that at a different time. And then all the other species of fungi that we know and love and that are medicinal and amazing. All of these are, some of my favorite fungi to both eat and make medicine with. We have our medicinal fungi. I'm just going to kind of go through this because we're just at time. And of course, know your deadlies. Really, really important. It can help debunk mycophobia to basically just know what the deadly species of mushrooms in your environment are. And then once you know those really well, it really like liberates you to be like, okay, yeah, I like know these deadly species really well and I won't mess with them. And then there's so many other species of edible and medicinal fungi. They far, far outnumber the toxic or dangerous ones. So don't let mycophobia keep you from being in relationship with fungi. And that's it for now. Here's a list of resources, field guides, mushroom books. This woman right here is Anna Sitkoff. I'll put her information. If you're into medicinal mushrooms, I'll put her information in the chat. And then my company, it's weird to say, my like mycological baby is Symbiotica. Here's my website at the bottom, symbiotica.com. And yeah, happy to talk at length about whatever you saw here today. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Taylor. That was awesome. That covered so much amazing information, and was just learning. I'll have to rewatch that at some point too. I really appreciate that. I'm sure people got a ton out of it. Chat was lighting up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, all.
So, thank you.
Sorry I didn't leave too much room for questions, but if there's a couple that I could answer, then I'd be happy to.
It's going to work out great. Our next presenter is running a couple minutes late, so we can run over just a little bit, but not too much.
Okay, great.
But yeah, I'll direct this to a few questions. All right. Evelina was asking, she said, thank you, Taylor, for your whole ecosystem perspective. Could you speak more about deepening your relationship with all living beings? Big question. Could you share your practices of all kinds of communications?
Yeah, that's the question, really, that I hold almost every day of my life. And I think to succinctly answer that in the best way that I can, to deepen my relationship with all beings, including humans, is really just to listen, to put it as like succinctly as possible. Like, what do I learn? What doors do I open? What horizons do I broaden when I don't impose my own understanding of what I think someone or something is and what they have to offer, and actually just like sit and like let it wash over me? Whether that's a person you're in a relationship with, or yeah, any other being. They have so much to share, and so much becomes available to us when we don't immediately go to an organism and say, oh, you're that, and this is what you do. Then we miss out on like so much else. That's why I have a weird relationship between naming. Like, I love naming and identifying mushrooms, but I also know that they're not just their names. So
Yeah,
that's how I'll answer that for now, but it's a big question.
that's an incredibly practical way of not just looking at something as the name or as the Latin, as is so easy to do.
Yeah, definitely.
But like, let it be as expansive, full self, and be curious. So thanks for that answer. Someone else is asking, Jackie's saying, what was the name of the test kit? I guess referring to that for the PAHs, for that oyster mushroom experiment.
Oh yeah, Hanby environmental field test kit. I just put it in the thing. It's super awesome. In the field, you can test for polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, motor oil, diesel oil, all sorts of different contaminants, and it's really user friendly. Super cool if you're into like doing at home micromediation experiments and actually having like empirical data to show that your stuff's working. So
great to know. And then Jackie also asked, what was the one mold you recommended eating?
Oh yeah. The lobster mushroom, or Hypomyces lactiflorum. You can just type in lobster mushroom and you'll get that. But yeah, it's a type of mold that eats the host species, which is a Russula brevipees. And then this Hypomyces eats the Russula and alchemizes it into the lobster mushroom. It's amazing. And lobsters are so delicious.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
And one person was asking earlier on if you could give any tips about cultivating shiitake, which I know you have a good bit of experience with.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a little bit bigger of a conversation than I can answer in a question, but yeah, I co-own an outdoor shiitake and reishi and lion's mane mushroom farm where we grow all on logs, where we harvest the wood from local communities. And I often do different cultivation workshops and cultivation classes. For those of you who live in this region, like, please hit me up and we can learn how to grow mushrooms together. Like, I'm super happy to teach everything I know. But yeah, you can reach out to me like via email. Honestly, anyone here that has questions about that kind of stuff, just reach out to me. I'm a super open book and happy to talk with you more about shiitake cultivation.
Yeah. It seems like your messages might not be going to the whole group. So I don't know if you want to, that happens so easily on here. It's kind of tricky, but maybe you want to copy and paste what you just typed and just make sure it's on everyone.
There we go.
Yeah. It's
someone directly messaged me. So it
automatically makes you directly message them back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is helpful.
It can be.
Also not. Cool. I'll let you, and then I put your personal Instagram on there, or your Symbiotica Instagram and your website. And okay, they're coming through now. Good. And then your mushroom business, is that Moonfruit Mushroom Farm? Is that right?
Yeah, Moonfruit Mushroom Farm. We also have an Instagram that we keep updated all of our fun happenings. Yeah, Moonfruit Mushroom Farm and Symbiotica, best ways to get in contact with me and talk more about mushrooms.
Yes. Well, I feel like we could talk for another 2 hours about remediation, all that. I'm glad you gave us those
Yeah.
resources on being able to watch that on the micro renewal site. I'm
Yeah.
super curious about that myself, and I'm sure a lot of other people are too. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll have to do this again at some point
Definitely.
and just chop it up some more and learn more. I know people learned a lot from you, so
Definitely.
super grateful for you putting this amazing presentation and for being you.
Thank you all so much. And I hope you learned something about fungi today.
I
Yay.
believe we did.
Have a beautiful rest of the summit. I hope to tune in a little bit later to some more presentations.
Certainly, certainly. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming through.
Yeah.
And
Thank you all so much. Much love.
much love. All right. That was great. Thank you, Taylor, again. And thank you all for being here, hanging out with us this evening. And yeah, we got some more presentations coming up. I think we have 2 more full presentations, and we also have a musical guest coming up in just a little bit. Kyle, how are we looking on Rafael? Seems like we probably have a few minutes before they get here.
Yeah, we got a few minutes. I haven't seen them come in the list of participants here.
Okay, great.
Got a word back from them yet, so.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll hang out for a few minutes here, and it's a good time to give a shout out to our sponsors who are making this all possible for us to be able to bring this to you for free. We really appreciate any donations people were able to leave too. It helps fund this whole thing and keep us going and expand on this next year, which we're really excited to do. So we'll hear from our sponsor, Maggie Brown. She has a lovely video that she made. There we go.
We were all born with these incredible bodies and this natural ability to not just repair and restore itself, but to adapt and thrive. We are perfectly designed to achieve not just homeostasis, but also a long, happy life. When you look back at hunter-gatherers throughout time and today still, it just seems they have it better, doesn't it? On some level, we all know that the diet and nutrition we see most common today isn't what we truly need. Processed foods, sugar, corn syrup, food in boxes just isn't how we were designed. Our roots, our genetic roots, ate from the earth. We ate in small windows when we had food, we lifted heavy things from time to time, we ran from predators once in a while, we played all the time, and we were always moving. But most of all, we were connected to the earth, to the seasons, to the area we were in, and we weren't alone. So what I'm here to tell you is that I want you to reconnect with your environment. I want you to eat what is smart. I want you to move and play as much as you can and to work out the way that feels right for you. I want you to push yourself from time to time. And when truly getting back to basics seems complicated to navigate, you don't have to do it alone. My name is Maggie Brown, and I want this for all of us. Go to my website and see how I'm helping so many of us get back to our roots.
All right. That's Maggie Brown, Holistic Health Coaching. And we also put her her information into the chat for people who are maybe haven't heard about her yet. It looks like Rafael's on too. Perfect timing.
There they are.
All right.
Hey, welcome, Rafael.
All right.
Yeah, right. Hi.
Hey,
Thanks
welcome.
for having me on this. Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, glad you made it. So yeah, I'll go ahead and introduce my friend Rafael here. Rafael DiGenova. He's my friend and a teacher and a very patient mentor. And no matter how many questions I ask him, they never tell me to Google it. So
It's
they're a
true,
wild
eh?
timber for TEK Chico. You could find their work on tekchico.org, which is traditional ecological knowledge. And Rafael is a botanist and a native plant seed and propagation specialist.
Yeah. So here I am in occupied Mechoopda territory. It's known as Chico in California. I don't know how far reaching this summit is. The time was Eastern time. So imagine there's people all over the United States I'm talking to.
Yeah, all over the United States. There might be some people from other parts of the world too.
So Verbena Fields is a special place to me that I'm at right now. It's a municipal park, but it's also a Mechoopda interpretive garden. Ali Mettersnight, who I work with, is a TEK traditional ecological master, who is, doing us the favor of the leadership here. She also started the whole process with the city of getting this lot, which was a rock yard and a dump site for construction for a lot of the city around here. But now it's been restored about 12 years ago. And now it resembles more like what it used to be here more than any other park around. And pretty, another 5-10 years, it will become more and more of an example of what we need. So one thing we're doing here is bringing up the health of the area so we can eventually reintroduce and get into maturity all the native plants and things that we want to forage. Foraging, I feel like was a later concept to me. I've started from the idea that we needed to replant a lot of areas, and the more I've learned about the history, the TEK has a lot to do with place-based knowledge. So in California, the place-based history from the land perspective is kind of overwhelmingly tragic. So much damage has happened here so quickly that we're sort of in trouble. But little places like this are one of the few places that constantly there's progress. Everything I do here makes an impact. So one forage thing that most people know if they're into foraging is this Myers lettuce here. So we've spread seeds in certain areas to reintroduce it. I don't know if you can really see. Let's see. Actually, I called it the wrong thing. We're calling it Indian lettuce now. Pretty sure the original name is Wadakdaka. I'm here foraging it. I'm just eating it. But a radical sort of concept for some reason. Maybe it's not so well known. This is very easy to help the Wadakdaka. They have extremely shallow roots, and they seem to live off of moisture and dew in the air when it's cool, is what I've observed. So from this patch that we've now gotten going, because each plant produces so many little black beautiful seeds, shoots them off, I can pull up a patch like this. I'm going to walk around and talk more about what's out here at Verbena Fields, some of the work that we've been doing. And I hope that my cell phone reception is good enough to do this. I might walk into an area that's not as good and I'll just have to change where I go. But we do plant walks out here once a month, as well as weekly volunteering that's gained a lot of momentum. And what we've done in the past year especially has been pretty amazing. So I'm walking to what we call the Mechoopda Circle. And one part of it here is this this set of tiles that sort of teaches the story here. What's interesting is the tribes across what should be called Turtle Island, the whole of North America, all sort of had an understanding that the entire thing was sort of the shape of a turtle. There's different creation stories from all around, but most people have been here for so long that there is no story of migration here. In fact, the belief is that the world was created nearby. It started with sort of like gods or special peoples in a boat, and so a turtle pulled up some soil, tiny bit of soil, and they waited and waited, and it grew into the earth, sort of like a seed. So there's a lot of really interesting things about these stories. But what it all points to is decolonization is the realization that the histories that we've been going off of are all very new. California is only maybe 180 years old as a state. So most of the histories we've been taught are as if before that it was ancient history. And I honestly grew up here believing that the local indigenous people were all gone, and so was the knowledge, because of misinterpretations of what I was told. So discovering that they're still here, the knowledge is still here, has been a mind-blowing and amazing experience for me. It's changed the way I've seen everything. And so I encourage everyone, wherever they are, to question the land that they're on, how it looks like, and the concept of how the concept of wilderness used to not exist. It's just the world, and that like here in California especially, what original Europeans, when they came, they believed that everything was just healthy and lush on its own. But in fact, people have been here for 20,000 years at least, applying advanced ecological technology to bring it into the place that it was, so that there was food everywhere, there was water systems in place, all things are considered people, the plants, all the other animals. There's more wild tenders than just human ones. And we take care of each other. Nature rewards cooperation. So one of the major food sources that we have around here are the wahi, the Indian potatoes. At Verbena Fields, I've never seen a single wahi flower bloom, but through a bunch of efforts to dig them and bring them here, we'll probably see them bloom here for the first time this year. From these little patches, we'll learn how to tend to them, and eventually this entire place should be carpets of food, so that we'll have not just it's a whole different way of thinking about agriculture. When we do agriculture, we take away the land from it. When we do just foraging on its own, it might be a little better, but the different thing that I want to press, that I'm sure other people have too in this summit, is that we can tend and we can help these plants, because we're not separate. These ecosystems never got to these places where we could feed ourselves this much on our own. So this little patch, all around this entire circle, there are wahi bulbs of many different species. So when they bloom around here, we can start showing people and teaching them how to dig them at the right time. They can recognize the flowers and seeds. The major reason why we do monthly talks is size that you have to watch how everything changes to learn. You can't go by a singular month, and you can't just go by a regular calendar. Things in natural order takes learning by going out there, and not just doing plant work where somebody just shows what everything is, but
I think you're.
We get people to interact. Oh, I probably put my phone too close to
Yeah.
the. I'll just
We're losing the signal there.
All right. How am I now?
A little better.
Okay, I'm gonna walk back. So I have these plants in my hand. One exciting thing that's coming up next for me is I know that these Wadakdaka, sorry, there's like a military helicopter flying over me for some reason. Oh my God, there's 4. My signal should be better now.
Yeah,
So-
it's better.
I'm gonna walk to another area where I can simply plant these and sort of show. So one of the first things that happened out here was to restore the shape of the original land. California's been laser leveled. Almost everything was wiped flat. What we've done here is restored the lumpy nature that was here before. You can easily see it as a massive scale permaculture sort of setup. All the things aligned, captured water, slowed it down, let it drain. A lot of the ways that that's done is by using the plants. We move the plants around thoughtfully to encourage different ecosystems to thrive and bring in animals like beavers, which are extremely important. So we create irrigation, we create gardens that feed humans and other animals because we need them. Another exciting thing about out here is California has passed laws where indigenous peoples like Ali can do cultural burns out here. This will be one of the first years where we return fire to this land, which it needs. Here I am in this little patch where this is a cottonwood log. We've planted cottonwood oyster mushrooms in it. It might take a while to show themselves. There's some mycelium here, but I'm worried that if I bring my phone too close to the ground, you won't be able to see them anyway. But this is a shady spot. It's out of the afternoon sun. More dew accumulates here. Every morning there's a lot of dew. With the Wadakdaka, with the Indian lettuce, it's Claytonia perfoliata. I'm not sure which species are in other states, but I bet there's other ones out there. My knowledge is pretty much place-based. So not just California, which there's a lot of similarities across, but mostly just here in Mechoopda territory. Every place is unique, and learning about the extended ancestral knowledge that indigenous people have is a crucial difference, whereas a lot of things you learn come from so many different sources. They're not place-based. So I'm simply just shoving this Claytonia in the ground, this Indian lettuce, and I know it's going to live without me watering it in. It's going to flower and it's going to make seeds. 2 years, 3 years, which is sort of the time frames we're looking at for establishing small patches of things. There will be a large patch of lettuce here too. We can walk around and forage. And I'm going to try to make my way down into the waterway. It's called Lindo Channel now. It used to be called Sandy Gulch. Most people here don't know that. What was that question? It appeared on my screen for a second.
Yeah, it's Micah is asking, speaking to that more organic land shape, we've intentionally not leveled many parts of the land for our gardening, but even with arborist chips, we experience erosion, and in my area, invasive grass, poison oak, and blackberry are common to move in. Is there a plant? Is there a plant you would suggest that is native or beneficial for erosion control in Monterey County, California?
Yes, and also one interesting thing is one of the plants you mentioned is actually native and one of the best for erosion control, and that is poison oak. That's problematic because most people are born allergic to poison oak, and the people who aren't often end up becoming allergic because they think they're immune, so they touch it a lot, and then you gain actually an allergy. One thing you could do is simply to manage the poison oak, chop it down, try to make friends with it and remove it where you need to, but that is one that will push out other things. Grasses, invasive grasses, are one of the biggest problems. Cultural fire and burning, if possible, is going to be one of the best ways to manage that. Burning it while they have their seeds on, they're dry. The invasive grasses are not usually fire adapted like a lot of the other invasives. So we do cultural burning when we can do that, doing it a few times in the right ways. We can eliminate the grasses. The grasses are a huge problem because they actually put out chemicals that stops other seeds from sprouting. Certain plants, other plants that can win over the star thistle and other invasives include the valley gum plant. It's a Grindelia species. Imagine there's Grindelia species across the United States. They're really important medicine for mostly breathing, asthma. You can pop a flower in your mouth to clear up an asthma attack, and skin problems and indigestion. So it's a great plant. Another one that can outcompete the others is naked buckwheat and other species of buckwheat. Naked buckwheat kind of makes, it was gum plant for asthma. Grindelia. Oh yes, for poison oak and really any skin problems. Every super healthy garden that I've seen wild out in nature has also had buckwheats. Buckwheat and gum plant do a special thing through the summer, whereas they're super drought tolerant and they provide flowers that somehow have water when it's extremely dry anyway. So pollinators and things become part of the water cycle and the nutrient cycle by coming in and eating and pooping and peeing and dying. They spread water. They complete the cycles that we work so hard to maintain with our composting and all those things. Simply putting these plants down really helps. The thing about naked buckwheat and other buckwheats, I don't know if you can see, that's what I'm sitting in right now. They're called naked buckwheats because they put out just these huge flower stems. So it's all their sexy parts. They're very lewd. The main plant is down at the bottom, and they make a lot of seeds that sprout very easily. However, they don't have much of a method of spreading. They will outcompete a lot of invasives. You have to, but it takes a human hand or other wild tending animals that aren't so prolific as us right now to simply pick up the seeds with our hands and throw them out farther for them. Or even, there's no way they're going to get themselves across the street. They don't fly, they don't float, they don't stick to your feet. Simply gathering the seeds when it's time and throwing them farther, they can outcompete things like star thistle. They can even mark their territory in a patch of invasive grasses. I can't help but mess with all the plants to help them. All these sticks could be helpful in the winter in times where we are establishing new things such as blue oaks, which need nurse plants. However, they'll at a certain point they'll shade themselves out too much. So it's about time that we cut or knock down all these dead flowers. One of my favorite ways is just to walk on them. A lot of people here don't even know that there used to be elk and antelope here. We didn't have buffalo and things like that. We won't be able to get them back unless we can tear down all of the fences that are blocking off all of the land. So in between the forests here and the rivers, there's a huge dead spot where water dries up, where the riparian ecosystem is, it's like ripping the skin off of your arm and then hoping your hand to work. All the blood vessels are opened up. It's one thing that Allie and Mel are working on, getting control over restoring all the riparian ecosystem, shading the water, bringing back wildlife that perpetuates and creates a link between the river and the forest again. So walking around, we've done a lot of planting this fall. There's a little buckwheat seed or buckeye, giant seed thing. I can try putting my phone closer to the ground. This one's already starting to suffer a little bit because it stopped raining for a while. And in order to plant a seed, we have to disturb the soil a little. We can't make it to every single one to water. One thing we can do though is simply move something in the way, put it on the right side of the appropriate side of the plant so that most of the day's sunlight doesn't hit it. It will stay cooler, and so then it will attract more moisture on its own and water the plant overnight. Buckeye here grow very fast in the spring when there's water. They go dormant immediately as soon as that dries up. So there's little plants I'll walk around and find here. It's about 15 acres. I think that's not exact, maybe a little bigger. So there's no way I could possibly show you the whole thing. There's so much out here now that we've worked on it so much that it's a little bit overwhelming. So one of the purposes of Verbena Fields isn't just to have a way to show people how to take care of these plants with these plant walks. We're also establishing a living seed bank here. Once we get every keystone species in here and established, we'll have a very healthy ecosystem, and we'll also have a source for seeds that can then spread across. When we bring here to teach, people here to teach, we tell them this, that people can take seeds. One concept that seems radical for some reason is that the land that you live on, your house or where your apartment is the same land as everywhere else. And honestly, urban areas are some of the most environmentally destroyed. A lot of us can remember a time when there was a lot of insects around here in California. They would get all over your windshield. There was more birds and more wildlife. Just 10 years ago, there was a lot more. If you walk around in a lot of neighborhoods, you won't see butterflies or bees, a lot of things like that, because all the plants there are not native. They're completely taken away from all the original wildlife. So we want people to gather seeds, teach them how to take care of them. If we can expand something like Verbena Fields and what's supposed to be here to the houses all around, they can create a link and corridors for birds and insects and things to move around and have what they need, just like it was. I found another little patch where we put seeds. This looks like almatiums or biscuit root. So we spread seeds in a little trench. We left it open. And this is Lamatium dasycarpum. These are the cotyledons, the two parts of the seeds. They come up to make leaves. What that'll do is make a root first. And then it will sort of nip off its cotyledons, make a little true leaf at the top of its little carrot, and then go dormant until it gets cool in the right conditions next year. 3 to 5 years, it'll bloom. We can gather more seeds. Those are a major source of food and medicine, the biscuit roots. Those are another plant that hasn't been here for who knows how long, 50 years, 100 years. So every time we reestablish another species, we fill in another gap. We bring in host butterflies and all the things that interact. As we mess with the environment in the natural way, in the right way, it gets healthier and healthier. The conservation movement in California did help stop the rapid destruction and the massive deforestation and the eradication of so many animals, disruption of waterways, things like that. But it made a fatal mistake in thinking that humans were not part of the environment and were a problem. I grow up thinking that to conserve things, we have to leave everything alone. Certain plants, and the field of conservation is pretty depressing because mostly what they do is watch as everything dies and document it. There's some mitigation, big restoration projects and things like that. Some of them seem huge, but when you scale back on a map, none of them are enough. I think for there to be enough, we need to have a revolution in the way that we're dealing with our resources and our way of thinking. One thing, my major thing is gathering seeds all year round. The other aspect of it is like that little ball that made the earth. A lot of things can be considered a seed. So right now, and as I go throughout the year gathering, I'll nag people to come with me and I will introduce them to these things. Plant seeds in people's minds, they grow, then their minds will produce seeds that they can share with other people. It's one way of getting the word to spread virally. If we can figure out the best ways to do that, it might work fast enough to turn into a full-blown revolution. We have many hands across the world and across the United States knowing about these things and changing their perspective, decolonizing their minds. We might have a chance to turn this around. Most of the damage that's been done has been very recent. And the consequences of that are starting up here badly in California. We're having droughts. When we flood, they're cataclysmic. A lot of the water just drains out. We don't have the systems in place, the beavers, the things to recharge our aquifer naturally. And there's a lot of water grabs and things like that happening. People trying to capitalize on what water is here and try to own it where it's everybody's water. I keep finding these little patches where wahi and things are coming out. There's invasive grasses. We're constantly pulling them out little by little. Every single thing we do makes an impact, which in life, most everything is really frustrating because you can try really hard at things seemingly to make a slightly tiny impact or no impact at all. This is one of the only things I've ever found that actually works. I plant things, I see them grow, and I see native wildlife come to them. It's a powerful thing to realize a human can do that. Keep finding more patches of edible food flower. There's an entire trench right here that we planted. More wahi, more biscuit roots. They're coming up from seeds. And now we've made it down to the channel. It's called Lindo Channel now. The Army Corps of Engineers dug the whole thing out as a way to mitigate flooding of the city. So Machupta means where snow melts into wetland, pretty much. A lot of these areas were wetlands that are now very dry. the channel used to be Sandy Gulch. It was shallow. A lot of the water washed out over the edges and sunk. It used to be constant, but now there is a dam way up high that is supposed to be open and closed. Now it can't be because rocks washed up in the way of it. That's another problem that we're working on. When I was younger, there was always water in the channel enough for there to be fish and a complete riparian ecosystem. Now it's a seasonal creek. So one thing we're doing with plants, pretty much plants alone, to change the land and make it back into something more like it was, is by propagating willow and mule fat. That's a species of Baccharis, like a coyote bush, but it acts like a willow. That's this guy. Mule fat looks like willow, but it's actually, you can see it's in the daisy family. You can see these little floaty seeds. I don't know if you can actually see that. But it's one of the easiest plants to propagate. So we cut them mostly all down right now in the fall and winter, at the level that we can see the flooding that has come up. So you sticks and leaves and things got caught here when it flooded. We got it right above that so that it slows the water down, creates little eddy currents and things on the other side and around it. We get new soil. Some of it's really good now.
I think we're losing.
So right here it used to be just, okay. How about now?
The picture's frozen, but we can hear you.
So I'll walk closer. There's houses across the channel from me, so I'm hoping some kind of signal beams across so I can show you the channel. If I have to, I'll just walk up a little bit higher and try to point things out. That's what I'm gonna do. But
Coming in a little better now.
I also can show a sign that has a map of what's been done. I'm in a little diagram where 12 years ago, willow and things were planted in straight lines, perpendicular to the flow of water. And now we've seen, especially since we've started doing the major willow management, areas that were once just all rock are now covered in soil. There's plants growing in that soil, and we've planted more native plants, wildflowers, Indian potatoes down in there. Then we can use that soil that's built up from the willow to extend the willow inward. Verbena Fields was supposed to be designed so that water flowed in from the channel into those little dips. Supposed to be more like a wetland out there. So again, we're using willow planting pretty much alone to change the way the water changes the shape of the channel, slows down water where we want it to, and lets it flow in where we want it to. These are processes that you're looking at least like a 10-year out perspective, then 20 years. Once you have soil, you can plant other plants. Once you have nurse plants, you can plant more trees. Once you have more trees, I think in California, we have the valley oak. Other places, I think it's called the California white oak. It supports more species of wildlife than most of the trees in the world. So, and it includes about 100 species of wasps alone. That tiny wasps that sting the plant make galls. Every single tiny little bug feeds something else. You get more lizards. Those feed birds. Birds bring around seeds. Birds are great wild tenders. I've left a pile of acorns out here where I knew it was a nice safe spot for jays, which are corvid. Very smart birds live here, and I came back a week later. I saw a jay fly away from that spot. And sure enough, the pile was almost gone. in 1 week. And what it did was most likely shove them in underneath other nurse plants all around the whole place to hide them to come back to eat them. But a lot of them will grow and not be eaten. So there's some of they're better at planting them than I am, picking where they go. So you can turn this camera around and show you the sign. How do I do that? Let's see. View. Well, what's that? Can y'all see that? It's a diagram of the channel, how the willow have been planted out. In those areas now, where before it used to be all rock, that's the areas that you see right here they're green now. Most of them, you can see where the water's still flowing, there's rock, but almost all of that beyond where my shadow is was all just rock. You could see the lines of willow sort of planted. And I'm thinking if I can't go down in the channel, maybe I'll try right here. You can let me know if I go out. So is my signal still good?
It's the video's kind of choppy, but I think we can hear all right.
Okay, I'll try to slow down my movement a little bit. Right behind me right here, you can see it's sort of just bare soil. So that's recently been washed up over rock. And then there's little plants. Maybe I can just pull it off. One's mugwort. It's Artemisia douglassiana. It's not the Artemisia vulgaris that you read about when you look up mugwort. Another thing is this plant's different than it is in other places. Here it's called Moody. We remember these names, we get more in touch with the realization that they're place-based. These will slow down water too. They'll spread out. They can make taproot sometimes up to 20 feet deep down into groundwater. In the summer, they'll pull that up for the rest of the ecosystem, same as a lot of the large, deep taprooted trees. They survive here where it gets super dry in the summer by putting their roots all the way down into the aquifer. Yeah, it's a pretty good plant. Here it's a dream herb. It's important medicine like that. But so we had volunteers planting simply by dividing, tearing it up, and replanting in this this patch of dirt here. We have more willow, and we have deer grass, things like that. We planted them. We didn't water them in. This is maybe about a month ago even. And they're still alive and growing. They're basically living off dew now that it kind of stopped raining. We might come and water them, which is something that has to happen sometimes. And also we planted willow in lines where there has been good soil built up to sort of hold it there as well. More soil will wash up there. We've extended the patches of the Indian lettuce into shady areas all the way down here. Again, here's a little patch. I'll just pick one. The Wadakdaka. It looks great. It hasn't been watered once. Seems strange because you usually find them where there's a lot of water. So a lot of this area after 12 years and it wasn't really ready to be managed. There wasn't the people power yet. You couldn't actually see across it. It was so overgrown by willow and things like that. Willow being a major basket weaving material. The first thing that happens if you want to learn to weave a basket is you've got to go out there and try to find material. When you do that, if it's in an area that hasn't been managed, you'll find that most of the material is not very weavable. We come around and cut these all appropriately at the right time after we've planted them and all of that. Then we start getting shoots where we have materials we can build things. Some of the willows are for baskets. Other ones are for building huts because of the way that they grow. And some of them turn into large trees that have many host species of butterflies and things like that. Another thing that happened over the 12 years, and there not being water flowing quite enough, is the water is supposed to flow in from the channel in under that bridge and flood all Verbena fields. So one thing we've done is remove things along this path and try to plant willow to slow down water in other paths. This is the first year where I've actually seen a storm bring water all the way in. It happened to happen right after we did work out here for a year straight on various areas. So I'm thinking this next year is going to be pretty exciting. Ali Metter's Night paints a lot of paintings that show us what the landscape is supposed to look like. A lot of them are open, and you'll see flowers and things growing right up to the bases of trees because we've opened up those spaces. Certain spaces we leave for animals and birds to hide in. We do everything thoughtfully like that. Another reason we take up the trees, we don't have all the animals here to help us. We have to do extra. Same with down in the channel. If we had beavers, they would have done a lot of the work for us with that water. But we're working on this so that behind me, all of this used to be not really even visible. So we've taken up the trees. Now we have light reaching all the way to the base. In a month or two, there's going to be flowers all the way up to the bases of these trees. It'll start to look like it did over 180 years ago, I think starting this year. There's really popular places in California where there's a lot of tourist attractions like Table Mountain. People come to see the super bloom. I'm sure there's going to be a super bloom this year in California again. Verbena Fields has been considered really beautiful and full of flowers in the spring. But I think this year it's going to be so different, so full of flowers, life, things like that, that it's going to start making an impact on people. People will say, we have this giant municipal park, one of the biggest ones in the United States, I think. There's a helicopter flying over. Most of the park, especially the lower part that goes through the town, is actually full of invasive plants. People leave it alone. They think all of the ivy and vinca and things like that are beautiful. They don't realize how dead it is. When they see this place that has been thoroughly interacted with, it's a hands-on approach instead of leaving it alone. I think it's going to start changing minds. So we have to do things action first. It was fun at first in certain areas to do things as a guerrilla and just go do it. Even, maybe it's illegal. The law is actually not always aligned with what's right and wrong or what needs to happen. I think that once you realize how quickly devastation happened from the gardens and massive environmental technology that we've screwed up, that we're in pretty great danger. We need to act, mobilize, and get these things established. So wherever you can in your city, in a municipal park or things like that, if you can get access, find indigenous leadership that might know how to do it and tell you what to do. Try to bring a piece of land back so we all heard of land back movement. A lot of people think it's just about returning lands to the tribes of their ancestral heritage. But it also includes giving the land back to itself, and giving the land back to the plants, giving the land, putting the land back to how it was. And if we could do that quickly, we might be able to save ourselves from increasing environmental destruction. So that's my hope out here, that soon people will see the difference. So I think there's a couple of points I've wanted to make. I don't know if I have about 8 minutes left for questions, if people wanted to ask any before I'm done.
Yeah, we've got a few questions here in the chat. Emily's asking if the buckwheat seeds are large enough to merit harvesting. I know you've harvested them to spread them around, but I know they're a food too. So you got any information about that?
Yeah, a lot of the seeds of almost everything are pretty good food. Don't eat the seeds of lupin. But yeah, the native buckwheats, especially the naked buckwheat, has pretty large seed. I'm pretty sure it's that way. Also, them being encouraged to grow tall is because of harvesting them for food. They make a lot of pretty big seeds compared to other buckwheats. So that is a pretty viable food source. They also feed birds and other things as well. So it's food for everyone. So yes.
Yeah.
Anything
another
else?
Question. Yeah, we got a couple more questions here. And
I can't see either.
Jessica's wondering, what is used as a nurse plant for the blue oaks?
The blue oaks grow in areas where valley oaks and things like that can't get their tap roots down. So it's usually the super drought tolerant plants. Buckbrush, which is a type of ceanothus, will establish in super dry areas a lot of the time after a fire. The seeds need some kind of burning. I'll pour boiling water on them. Then they need about 3 months of cold and wet period. We plant them out as sprouts here. We planted them all across this whole thing. Blue oaks left alone, they really won't survive without a nurse plant. So a main one will be the ceanothus, the naked buckwheats, the gum plant too. All sort of help as a nurse plant. Also grasses. The larger bunch grasses make a pretty deep sort of channel for more water to build up in, and shade on the right side of them, if you plant them, away from the afternoon sun. That'll also kind of hide them from grazers and things like that. So those are the main ones. Things that can handle living in really dry, rocky, over lava cap areas. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Rafael. I think we got time for one more question here. Mikura is asking, love buckwheats, can happily spread them. How many years would you have to burn an area in a row to kill the invasive grass seed bank initially?
If you do the timing right, maybe fall, when everything is dry, but you have dew on the ground. I still need a lot of training with the cultural fire and things like that. And luckily now we'll be able to do cultural fire here and I'll be able to learn, but it seems like fall and winter, end of fall, when a lot of the seeds are down, but haven't sprouted yet. A lot of the native plants can tolerate that, but a lot of the invasives can't. So 2 years or 1 year and then hand pulling and things like that could make a huge impact on us. So that's the last question? That's it? It's allowed to...
Yeah, that's the last one
Okay.
here. Yeah, and other than that, like where can people follow your work and get in touch or get involved?
Um, First off, I'm the only person in the United States with the name Rafael DiGenova. You can check the spelling of this from the flyer, and you're welcome to send me a friend request on Facebook. I think I still have plenty of room. I can add you to other groups, and you can stay in touch, more up to date all the time with things that are happening. I tried to save everything in a certain wild tending group page. Yep. And then there's tekchico.org to follow, which is the official page of the Ali Metters Knight and Melissa Figueroa. And I to see a lot of the work, register for workshops if you want to come here and help and learn directly. Most of it's going to be place-based if you do come and learn. But the more hands we get, the more people we inspire, the faster we can do these things. Once we have larger groups, it's amazing what we can do. So I hope that you do follow me. You can also look up Ali Metters Knight to see her work and her art and what's going on. But I try to help her by being a micromanager, because that leadership is a lot of work. So if you come to me instead of bothering her, I try to help by organizing people and stuff like that. So I can help her dreams come true and mine too. So I think my main point here is that if we want to continue foraging, we have to change our perspective of what that is. So I think when we plant a garden in our backyard, we're interacting with the land, we're planting food plants and making considerations about nutrient cycles and things. That's not separate from everywhere else around you. Everything around you is a garden. When you look at it that way, you can see how messed up it is, and the urgent need to fix it. You could do permaculture in your own yard, but if everyone around you isn't working all together, your permaculture isn't going to last if we don't fix the big one. So same as foraging. When we go forage and things, we've got to be gardeners, and we have to learn the right ways to do that. If you are a gardener, you love gardening, that's very exciting news, because you get a very big garden. The other point is we have to decolonize our thoughts. We have to constantly question what we think we know. Keep an open mind about what the land used to look like, what's supposed to be there, and who is still there that could help you with leadership in that. And the last part is that I am sure at this point that in order to do the work that we need to do, we need to have a large scale actual revolution of our systems. What we're doing now is not going to be fast enough or big enough. I think revolutions naturally happen, but we're in a situation where, along with climate change and the habitat destruction, we need to take power back from the ruling classes, people who are delegating and slowly dispersing and doing these things. As everything falls apart, people are going to get angrier. It needs to happen faster, though. Sooner, we have to change our minds and think about taking the means of production back for ourselves, so we can use the resources we have to, save our asses, honestly. That might be debatable to some people, but I think that's the biggest hope we have, is a revolution.
Well, thank you for all that information. Really like to see, your Ravenna fields and see what you've been working on. And thanks for showing us around today and being a part of it. And yeah, I hope I can come out and, help out with you with some of the projects one of these Fridays out there.
Yeah, come check it out. It's fun. I think it's helped a lot of people get through the pandemic, and it's just healthy for everything. So yeah, come over.
Yeah. Thanks, Rafael.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, man. That was incredible.
Oh,
That
good.
was, yeah, for sure. Lots of thanks coming in from the chat, and super appreciating having you on here. I mean, like, even though we're in different climates, I used to live in California, but I mean, people get so much from just like hearing the way people think and the way people see the world. And so I felt like just so much inspiration from the way that you are viewing the land, and it's so applicable to everybody. So thank you for all the work that you're doing, for being with us.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. And next, we have a really special treat for you. I'm really excited to have some more live music, a 30-minute block of Charity from Mother Marrow. And if you haven't heard their music before, you're in for quite a treat. So we're going to have that coming up in just a moment after a word from our sponsors. And let's make sure that we can hear you. Charity, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
It sounds great. Reverb sounds good. All right, so we'll get going with you in just a moment here. But let's hear a word from one of our sponsors. Myco Rising is one of our sponsors, and Myco Rising is here to build a growing community. Myco Rising is here to help people grow therapeutic tools in the comfort of their own home. The decriminalization of psilocybin-containing mushrooms and other naturally occurring psychedelic substances is a rapidly expanding movement that has impacted 14 U.S. cities and the entire state of Oregon. With classes like Ready, Set, Grow, Myco Rising is here to help you cultivate a relationship with sacred mushrooms by offering one single method of cultivation for new growers to overcome the anxiety of trying something new and foreign. Seth Warner, the founder of Myco Rising, has taught his cultivation classes to thousands of students since 2019 and is ready to teach you as well. With growing kits to make the process even easier, all you need to know is that Seth's job isn't done until you have mushrooms in hand. Join the newsletter at mycorisingfungi.com, and please do the work to learn your local laws before deciding that growing your own mushrooms is right for you. All right, thank you, Seth, for being a sponsor and for your organization partnering with us. And yeah, up next we have Mother Marrow, which is an excellent musical project. I initially heard their music on Kelly Moody's podcast called the Ground Shots Podcast, and I've since dug more into it, and it's just incredible music that y'all hear in just a few moments. But yeah, I want to introduce Charity Samaran. Is a woodland creature, performing musician, craftsperson, and creator. Their primary music project is Mother Marrow, a dark sci-folk sound, drawing from the symbology of deep relationship with the natural world and exploring the ways that relationship can transmute suffering into beauty. Their favorite way to be is hiding out in the underbrush, learning bird songs, eating wild foods, and making medicine. As a passionate craftsperson, they have spent countless therapeutic hours weaving, spinning, sewing, bookbinding, and basket making, and sharing these skills with others. They spent many years living off the grid in many small structures and vehicles across the country, and are currently focused on exploring how to bring the skills learned in these lifeways into alignment with a liberation ethic and bringing generative somatic awareness to the Earth Skills communities. So yeah, really grateful to have you here, Charity, and to get to listen to some music. And yeah, I'm just grateful to have musical performances from people who are aligned with the mission of what's going on and just really fit into the vibe that we're creating here. So thank you very much, and I'll hand it over to you and let you get going.
Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of funny to hear my bio read to me also. But you can see here, you're getting a peek into my world. I'm really grateful to be invited to this summit, and I'm at an interesting time in my life where I'm not living off the grid. I actually am living without a wood stove for the first time in my life. I have a washing machine and in my house, which I've never had. But I am raising a kid, and this was where we ended up. My kid is a teenager now, but I still have my wall of craft supplies and foraged things all over the place. I want to get to the music. I could talk your ears off, so I'm going to try to keep my introductions brief so the music can speak for itself. I'm going to jump right in with my first song here. It's called Regalia. If not, actually, you might be able to hear this song on an episode of Kelly's podcast where she did an interview with me, but otherwise it's not been recorded. So a rare opportunity to hear this song. And really this came out of this understanding that I have of my relationship with nature. And, you know, we call it foraging when we go out into the wild and we gather things to use. But at once upon a time, everything about our lives was foraging, our clothing, our food, our medicine, but also our spiritual tools. And even just existing in that symbiotic way with the natural world was what every day was about. And we didn't have to have separate names for that way of life and this way of life. And this song is really about what would it be like if I became one with the earth in a way, kind of what it's like. Or what if I dressed myself with the earth? Find his body, peel his skin, scrape it soft and stretch it thin. Touch her belly, drink her blood, death to life and life to live. Lace the rib cage with a rope, with this armor guard your heart. My regalia, my regalia. Gather feathers one by one, sew them tightly till it's done. Tender leaves and flaxen stems, twist together, bind the hems. String the bones along the length, make the ends into a circle. My regalia, my regalia. Find the seeds in a mouse's nest. Take a handful, leave the rest. Pull a hair from out your head. String the seeds into a necklace. bird, skin of snake and smell of dirt. Crush the stones to paint your skin in the shadows to be hidden. Brown speckled skin, wild linen, fine fur and feathers, weather in. Brown speckled skin, wild linen, fine fur and feathers you are Thanks for listening. I never really like to talk after that song. How's the sound coming through?
Well, thank you first of all, and yeah, the music is sounding great. People are giving you rounds of applause. um, there's a slight bit of distortion to it, but I'm not sure if that's just Zoom.
Yeah, I think it's Zoom because this sound setup would be like the clearest way to do it. But every time I've tried to do any kind of amplified sound on Zoom, it gets distorted. But also, even just live singing, it's something about the sound waves. Even if it's just a cappella singing, Zoom always makes it kind of weird.
I think Zoom can't quite handle the goodness of it all, and it's just like distorting a little bit. But it sounds great. I wouldn't mess with it, honestly.
Sorry about the tuning. Always got to do it.
Oh, it's all good.
And I always get picked on for not being able to talk and tune at the same time. But I just can't do it. So
No, it's really hard to do.
I love my open tunings, and so that's just what I got to do.
Oh, I see. So you're retuning the whole thing. Right on.
This is the only time, I promise.
It's all good. Take your time. We're loving it. So yeah, while you're tuning, I'll just give you a plug here. I just put Mother Marrow's Bandcamp into the chat. So if y'all want to check out more of the music, go there. And I suppose you can probably support and donate to the Bandcamp as well and download albums. So that's great.
Please do that. That's really the only way I make money. Most musicians streaming, it actually feels like stealing money because nobody wants to buy the album when they can listen to it for free on Spotify. But it would help me out if you would buy the album.
If you like what you're hearing, you can purchase it on Bandcamp. Bandcamp's the best place to buy it, I presume.
Yeah, Bandcamp is the best place to buy it. And I also do have a closet full of physical CDs because we released this album shortly before COVID. And honestly, I'm kind of nervous because I have only played 2 shows in the last 2 years. I did a few live streams like this at the beginning of the pandemic, but yeah, it's definitely been a weird time for me. A lot of life changes and just like trying to figure out how to share the music. So I appreciate the invitation. I actually am going to pull out a really old song here. This one is called Holy Trinity. And this song is from around the time that I was really starting to first fall in love with the land that I was living on. It was the first time I had really lived a land-based lifestyle. And it was just like all these veils being pulled away all the time. And so this is kind of like novice me and all my excitement, really the shock of it was, wow, we can't even let wild things grow in wild places. Like, people will come and spray pesticides on the gooseberry plant that's just sitting on the side of the road, you know, like, I was just shocked. And so many times my sources of food were being destroyed by people for no good reason, because they didn't understand that it was food. And that's what this song is about. Mow the meadows, strip them bare, we'll be forewarned if they come near. Roadsides best be trimmed and neat, kept free of all good things to eat. Wild and free we can't allow, cut and burn those thistles down. Cultivate, eradicate, we decide who lives or Thank you. Let's see, 5:22. Okay. Time is running out, so I'm gonna skip a song real quick, and I'm gonna try to squeeze in 2 more songs.
Yeah, take your time. We got time.
Okay.
So you can go a bit over if you want as well, and that would be lovely.
Well, okay. So I have 3 more songs I was thinking about playing. Will that be too much?
That's perfect. Go
Okay.
for it.
I'll go for it then, because this one I don't really want to skip it. It's a good one. So something I think about a lot, and you actually kind of touched on this right before I came on here. Just how different ecosystems can still reflect on each other, and even though we have bioregions, and within a bioregion there's a certain way that things happen, and there's sort of a pattern there, and that pattern might be reflected in another bioregion. But not only that, those bioregions depend on each other for balance. And there was this one point I was on tour, a solo tour, sort of like a vision quest in a way for myself. And in one day, I started out in the desert in the morning, and I was at the ocean by the evening. And just like this weird juxtaposition of those 2 things just really struck me. And this song was kind of born out of that juxtaposition. And this song is actually on the album Sweat and Splinters. Tidal waves bring me to shore on dry land, where heavy hearts evaporate and lighten. Like salt, they say that I'm too much, or maybe somehow not enough. But really, I'm both, and I can't be told which one to be. Who says there's no blood in seas of brittle grass? Dry wind that sucks the life from every breath. Every tear will leave a trace of salt. Each drop of sweat from bitter struggle joins into the atmosphere and comes down as the rain. Life is pain, is life. What grows green in hardship carries strength and fragrance. To shed our skins, we drag ourselves across those rough rocks. Like salt, they say that I'm too much, and also somehow not enough. Really, I'm neither one. So don't you point that gun, my friend. So this next one, this next one is called Son of Man. I see your message, Mark. Thank you. So, you know, a lot of us that live the forager's lifestyle or have lived it, we know that it's hard to have that sort of stability, the settled life, especially the modern day version of what it takes to have that, to have the money to be a landowner or to pay rent in this world that we're living in right now is just wild, the amount of time that you have to give to that. And it's very common, I think, to not, I mean, it's not just a modern thing, but I think a lot of cultures throughout history, especially in this country, they were nomadic. They weren't staying in one place, or they were staying in one place for a season and they'd come back to the same places over and over again. A lot of you know about the hoop and traveling the hoop and replanting and having this relationship with the land everywhere you go, and everywhere you go being home. And those of us who have lived that way can also attest to the fact that sometimes you don't feel at home anywhere, and that can be really hard too. And that's what this song came out of. Okay, last one. I'm really excited about the person who's coming up next to speak. At least I think it's still this way on the schedule. I saw that Kelly Moody was next. And Kelly is an old friend of mine. I mean, not old, still current, but we've been friends a long time. We've been friends about a decade now. We used to live together on a farm in yurt-like structures called yomes. There's a whole bunch of them and an outdoor kitchen, and she helped raise my kid, and I feel always really connected to her and her lifestyles. And every time I sing that last song, I always think about Kelly and her traveling ways. And I'm really grateful for her and everything I've learned from her. So this last song is called Brave. And at first I was like, it's got a line about gardens. I can't sing that to a bunch of foragers. But I really appreciated what the last guest said about, if you are a gardener in a way, it's like you are maybe the gardener of your a small piece of land, but also it gives you this new vision of a way to look at the forest and the meadows and how to garden that as well, and how to steward it and caretake it. So anyway, a good way to reframe and have some perspective on that. Okay, here goes. Everyone is terrified of something. Every success holds regrets. A beautiful smile might be hiding wounds that haven't healed yet. Dreams are the seeds of what we have lost, so bury them, bury them, bury the cost of the sacrifice. Only your blood will suffice till you turn around, turn around, turn and find something's alive. Fathers will leave, lovers will harden, learn to let go and tend to your gardens. Harvest the fruit, prune back in season, look hard enough and you will find a reason. You will find a reason. I want to believe in this. I want to believe in this. So be brave, be bolder and brighter. Give thanks for all that we fight for. Now bend, just bend, no need to be broken. Forgive, befriend, and tenderly open. Forgive, befriend, and tenderly open. Lovers will leave, mothers will harden, learn to let go and tend to your gardens. Harvest the fruit, prune back in season, look hard enough and you will find a reason. You will find a reason. I want to believe in this. I want to believe in this. rest us in and find ourselves in the brand new. Well, thanks.
That was
for having
awesome.
me. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that was so good. Virtual claps all around for that.
I hope that was inspiring and helped you all connect with yourselves and your bodies and the body of the earth. And thank you all for the inspiration. Yeah, and please check out the Bandcamp. If you want to see kind of what's currently happening, because I haven't been doing a lot of publishing, please go to Instagram. And on my Instagram, the Mother Marrow Instagram, I often am now kind of just posting random music that I'm working on. Hopefully there's a new album coming. I'm feeling re-inspired. Thank you.
And so is that just at Mother Marrow?
Yeah.
I'll type it in for you.
Mother Marrow.
And you also lead some vocal workshops and things like that. Is that right?
I do sometimes. COVID is just, I haven't solved that problem yet. I don't know exactly. But yes, if I do something like that, that will be posted on the Instagram or on the Facebook page for Mother Marrow, or my personal page too. I'll actually, after I'm done talking, I'll put it in the chat, my Instagram, my personal handle too as well, because I'll probably share some things that way. Yeah, so anything I offer, that would be the best way to keep up on it.
All right, sounds great. Thank you again. That was excellent. That was just incredibly beautiful. And yeah, y'all can keep chatting with Charity. Sounds like you're gonna hang around for a few minutes. So yeah, feel free to hang out. And we have our final presentation coming up in just a few moments, our conversation with Kelly Moody of the Ground Shots podcast. But before we get into that, we want to give a shout out to one more sponsor who y'all have heard about a little bit if you've been here for a while. And that is my friend Jess Davis of the Numinous Experience. Jess offers holistic coaching and psychedelic integration for those navigating challenging circumstances or wish to gain deeper insights. Her background as a therapist for individuals and couples colors her work, which is trauma-informed, mindfulness-based, and infuses play and creativity. Jess offers a grounded approach to spirituality, where she delights in the work of co-creation and evolution for deeper connection to yourself, to others, and the ecosystems of your life. And we can post Jess's information one more time into the chat if people are interested in connecting with her. She's offering online sessions, and she also area. So if you're in that area, she may be taking in-person clients as well. So definitely connect with Jess. She's an incredible person. And yeah, without further ado, we're about to get into Kelly's presentation. But first, I want to introduce a lovely human who's sitting beside me. This is JT, my partner. And JT is an eco-mystic, herbalist, homesteader, and general student of self-sufficiency skills. Her current passion projects involve connecting people of color with the outdoors and earth skills education and application. And if you want to connect with JT on Instagram, her handle is suncloudcaravan_caravan. And I'll paste that into the chat for y'all too. All about myceliating with one another. All right, lots of links for y'all to follow there. And JT is going to introduce Kelly, who is our keynote speaker of the evening. I'm really excited to have Kelly on for this really special chat. And I'll talk more about how I know Kelly and all that in just a moment. But JT is gonna read a bit about Kelly for us. So take it away.
All right. Kelly Moody, who I'm pretty sure I met at a Wild Foods camp. So that was awesome. Grew up in rural Southern Virginia near the border of North Carolina in tobacco and muscadine country. Growing up here, she went to her grandmother's house daily as a child, where fresh biscuits and iced tea were a regular necessity. Her other grandmother was a determined plant lady who started a nursery business on the outskirts of their small rural town, which remained open for almost 50 years. Kelly grew up hiding with her sister in the tropical greenhouses, taking craft classes in the small nursery workshop, beans and canning tomatoes. These experiences of being on her family farm, working with plants and creating followed Kelly into her adulthood. The past decade, she has spent living simply in different landscapes, studying plants, ecology, and craft, writing about the land, growing food and herbs, or honoring her wanderlust by living on the road. She has run the Ground Shots podcast and Ground Shots project and podcast for over 5 years, researching plants spanning ecologies and interviewing herbalists, artists, farmers, activists, and more through the audio project. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Can we hear you, Kelly?
Yeah, it's always funny to hear that read by someone else. Cool. Yeah.
Well, thanks for being here with us. Yeah, I mean, the podcast has had such an impact on so many people, and it was just like one of those things that once I came across it, it really connected me with more people that were doing this kind of work that you've been doing for so long, in an area that felt almost a bit devoid of people who are really doing wild tending in a serious way and making a lifestyle of it. So I remember coming across your Instagram a few years ago and just being blown away by like the way that you've been really doing this like hands-on, and then started listening to the podcast. And you don't know this, but I actually listened to the podcast my entire way across from California, driving to my mom's house in Alabama. And it got me through a lot of long hours in the car. So really appreciate you for that. And yeah, I just wanted to say that to get you going. But where are you at right now?
I'm in Durango, Colorado, by the Animas River in my car right now. I came to get some groceries and go for a walk, and that's where I'm at right now. And I've been sick. I'm pretty sure it's COVID. I didn't go get a test, but this is the first time I've gone into civilization in a week and a half. So if I cough or sound sick or a little out of it, I've definitely been really isolated and ill for a little bit. So yeah, and this is probably the most that I've talked or will be talking in the last few weeks. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. And it's winter in Colorado, but it's been pretty mild. It's like pleasant out. So
Totally.
Is your road apothecary well stocked to handle this situation?
yeah, and it's funny, I only really interacted with one person, an old friend who came by thing, and then I think that's how I got the whatever it is, probably COVID. I can't smell a thing, which is really weird. But I have, my lomatium and osha and spilanthes I grew this summer, and a lot of other good herbs to help me out right now. So it's been good. Yeah.
Yeah, and just for people out there listening, we're all sort of doing kind of a group conversation for this. So Kyle will be asking questions and talking as well as me and JT. So it's gonna be a dynamic group of convo. So everyone just feel free to jump in as you wish. And also, since this is the last one, if people have questions as we're going along, y'all can feel free to drop your questions in the chat and we'll try to ask them in real time too. So it'll be a community conversation. And Kelly, I think you may be you may be stuck right there.
Oh no, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. It looks like your video is paused on my
Let
end
me
at least.
try again and see. Here we go. No, I just like undid it and redid it. There we
Cool,
go.
perfect. Look great.
I'm hot spotting by the river and I have 5 bars, but you never know how it goes sometimes. So
Yeah, Zoom and the phones can be kind of tough sometimes, but sounds good right now.
good.
Cool.
Yeah, Kelly, thanks for being here and being a part of it and being willing to share your knowledge and everything. I really been kind of like watching your Instagram, and I really love all your projects that you've been working on and getting your camper all done and everything. I was wondering if you could kind of tell us a little bit more about like plant fibers and everything, because that's something I'm like super interested in, but I don't really have a lot of experience in that.
Sure. You know, I'm one of those people that, you know, I guess I would call myself an herbalist or kind of a more amateur ethnobotanist or botanist, and kind of a lot interested in a lot of different things. And as a kid, even like what was said in my intro, like my grandmother was really crafty and definitely did a lot of things with her growing up. I mean, even like a couple basketry type things with her, and I've always kind of dabbled, and I don't really feel like I'm necessarily an expert at anything, you know, like some people really focus on basketry or fibers or weaving or natural dyes or whatever it is, but I feel like for me it's often a lot of my dabbles are like explorations to try to understand plants better or understand processes of the land and how I can be kind of more intimate with those processes through the practice of figuring something out. And so, I mean, I guess for fibers, one of the things I've been kind of playing with lately is like just getting more interested in more experience working with plant fibers. I mean, like in the South where some of y'all are, like kudzu, and there's so many fibers there that come from trees that you can play around with. But in other parts of the world or in this country in particular, it's depends and it's different. Like here where I'm at right now, you don't have that same abundance, but you have, you know, things like dogving and milkweed in abundance here. You know, you do there too, but that's one that those are 2 plants that I've been playing around with, processing retting, you know, and how they would retting being a process of like how the fiber, the cellulose breaks down from and like separates from the fiber of the stalk of the plant. I mean, this time of year here, you would be able to harvest those and start working them because the snow and the cold has started to ret the fibers, and so you can kind of start to separate the part that you really want to be using to make cordage or fiber that you could spin or even sew with or knit, you know. And since I've been back here, I really have been wanting to gather more from some of the spots that I've gathered from here to try to like put together different years of fibers into one big batch and then make something special out of it. But I haven't quite gotten out to do that here yet, and I might not get a chance, but it's just an ongoing thing for me. And I did interview someone on the podcast, a couple people on the podcast who like are better at this and like do more of this than I do. One being Sharon Callis out of Vancouver, BC, who does a lot of work with like plants in the city that would be considered invasive, I guess, according to some people. And she does a lot of fiber work, you know, with ground ivy and I'm trying to think of what else she uses up there, but that episode in particular, she talks about like being creative, you know, doing that. And then I interviewed Jim Croft, who's a bookbinder that I studied with in Idaho for a few years, and he's really, really into flax and nettles and hops and fibers like that, and he uses it in his bookbinding and then also in sewing and weaving and knitting and stuff like that. And so I dabble in these things, but I often have people on the podcast who are way more into it and way better at it than I am, and then they inspire me to get back into it again and to do more of it. I know in Sharon's in particular, some of her tips for processing those fibers I just started to practice and play with. I like using dog comb brushes to help clean some of the cellulose and woody stuff out. This summer I was in North Carolina and I had carried a bunch of these stalks cross country with me because I hadn't finished processing them in Colorado, and I ended up being in the South kind of longer than I wanted. And then I was like pretty upset a lot this summer about some stuff going on in my life. And I was just like, but if I can get through this milkweed, I'm like, it just became a meditation for me to transform it. It's like alchemical in a way, you know, like, and then hopefully I'll be able to knit into something really pretty too. Like the milkweed is more of a white, what I have is more of a whitish color. And then the dogbane is like got a brown color, but there's lots of other things to work with and play with too. I really think what people are doing with kudzu is really cool because there's like a lot of soft fiber stuff you can do and like more random weave. It can merge between like soft fiber knitting basketry all the way into like hard basketry, and such utilitarian uses for that plant too. But these are the kinds of things I like think about all the time with like not just engaging plants for their food and medicine, but how are they a part of the culture of our lives, and then how do we tend those plants to continue to be a part of our lives too. So it's like learning why like they become magical almost once you've gone through the process of like transforming something, you know, and then you are more likely to want to pay attention to them and care for them in other ways, you know. So that's some stuff about fiber.
You kind of just got me on a train of thought. I remember yesterday I've been sitting in the background here yesterday with the conversation drifted towards, but how do you like, why do we say like this whole ask permission before we pick plants thing? And I feel like part of it is like our mindset needing like this kind of the culture that we are in, the human culture we are in, deferring to kind of a capitalist who's in charge situation where it's like the plant's just there for itself. We're just here for ourselves. And maybe it's not about asking permission. Maybe it's about, you know, what is the inherent vibration and reciprocity?
Yeah, totally. I mean, ask permission can be interpreted a couple different ways. Like, and this is something I think we have talked about on the podcast in different ways. Like, because I get emails from people too, like especially when it comes to wild tending or land tending practices, or like while crafting, foraging, like whatever kinds of ways that's tangentially being talked about on the podcast. Like how the permission thing is like both some relationship you have with the plant and also like the indigenous peoples of the place where you are. And I mean, I had someone email me someone from Northern California one time a couple years ago, just saying in the place where I live, it's not like we don't really just go harvest willow without asking permission from the native people here, you know. And then some places there's so much willow and there's so much willow that needs to be tended. It's, you know, and in some places those are people's patches, and so like that they've been tending for a really long time. So I mean, it's very nuanced around like that kind of permission asking, you know. And then what in this area where I am right now, we tried a couple years ago, like, okay, we're doing all this stuff around moving roots and tubers and seed planting, and like, should we try to ask permission here from like the Ute folks? I mean, there's that layer too, you know. And then we kind of tried, and people kind of like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know. It was at least the person I was working with, one of the people that I've collaborated with a lot, he was like asking, and he grew up here, and it was just like kind of one of those things where they were just like, I don't know what you're talking about. What is a biscuit root? Or like, we don't really, this is kind of, it's just, yeah. And sometimes it's just like, you know, that permission asking is an ongoing nuanced conversation between you and the plant, or the plant's beingness, and also like the kind of deep-seated relationships that people in place. And I don't really know any answers or like have any necessarily like wisdom with that, but it's definitely something I think about a lot, in being someone who's moving around a lot. And I'm kind of like tired of moving around a lot, but like there is a lot, you know, when you live one place, you form a relationship with those plants in that place over deep time, year after year, and also the history of that place and what's happened there and like the kind of nuance that's in that one place. And I've been a little bit more like trying to dance around like how do I do that knowing I'm not going to know as much as someone who's like been somewhere. I'm not going to have as deep of a relationship with that dog main patch because I've only visited it 3 times because I'm not there all the time, but I will try to get back there, you know. Versus someone every year they're there and it becomes this whole other language, I think, in that. The last episode I put out with Dave and Janet, people in North Carolina, maybe have heard of them, of Terra Silva School. They were talking about the piece of land they've been on in Madison County, which is like a more hilly, remote county in Western North Carolina that's got a lot of cool like plant stuff going on and like people homesteading and living off grid and outside of Asheville. And they were like, yeah, it's like over 20 years on this property. And like just, you know, I don't remember if this was on air or some of it was off air, like while we were having our conversation, just talking about like some of the plants they just can't wait to see when it comes up in their yard. They have like angelica plants and stuff and they're like, when are they going to come up, you know, every year on their property, like which is surrounded by national forest, but just like looking forward to their friends coming up, you know. And they really form these like particular kinds of relationships with them, and that's something I really want in my life at some point. That way, you know.
Yeah, totally. I think we all do in some way or another, and we all kind of struggle between like moving and uprooting and then also finding a place and really rooting down. I think that's a common thing in our culture. So right there with you.
Yeah.
In different
I
ways.
know.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that was coming up as you were talking for me was when we were kind of going back to the permission asking piece, and that's always been a piece for me that's been a little tricky. I don't know if maybe when I was a kid, you know, I had to ask permission to do something for my parents, and I think it might trigger something in me. I won't get too psychoanalytical about it, but it's always been like something doesn't feel exactly right about it. But yeah, for me, it's more of I don't think it's such a verbal thing, but it's more of like watching the plants and you know, noticing them, noticing like when they're going to seed, when they're wanting to root divide, really like paying attention to them in that way, rather than kind of relying on this like inner dialogue that may be going on with them. And so yeah, I mean, just seeing like the way you've come at this with like, you know, moving things around over time and replanting things and also foraging those things at the same time. And it seems like just from watching you like create so much abundance, like through hiking trails and replanting, you know, these yampas and all these like beautiful root crops and whatnot. And I would just be curious to hear more about how you perceive that. And yeah, and also, I mean, this might be a large question too, but you know, your views on and your like very scientific views on how you perspective plants really like changed my mind in a lot of ways around what invasive plants actually are and how it's kind of been misrepresented to us in a way. So there's several questions in that, but I just wonder if you would want to tease any of that apart or riff on that.
Let's see. I feel like it's also easy to romanticize my life based on Instagram too, and the podcast, but I feel like I've just started doing more of the moving plants around thing in the last couple years in a more intentional way than I ever did during my other kind of years of ground shots project work. When I say project versus podcast too, it's like before I ever even started the podcast, I was doing a lot of research, and I had started off being an herbalist and like really being into wild foods, having lived in North Carolina and then growing up in Southern Virginia, like outside and like kind of being, well, I didn't really know anything about any of that, even though I grew up around people who like plants, not until really I was a young adult. But I'd say the like more participatory part of the moving around thing kind of came from when I met Phoenicia Madrano, which she died right when COVID hit. She didn't die from COVID, but she's when Sherry mentioned this kind of reference to this thing that Finn would say, and it's not like she made it up or anything like that. This is like this word for like the ways people would travel and wild garden to their wild gardens, and garden being like intentionally tended plants. Like if you live in a way where you're moving seasonally from one camp to another, you're gonna hope that the food is there that you like can live off of when you get there. And so this kind of play between what we conceptualize as garden now from like this point of view where Western culture has like imposed itself on so much of like the land and how we see private land, public land. All of these are very much just concepts that we have to just kind of exist with. And so even the word garden, and like this is something that sounds like it's been being talked about on in this summit already. And then I heard Ali Meter's name being mentioned earlier too, and she's been on the podcast as well, and she's got some really fucking cool things going on in her own, you know, many of y'all California folks know about that kind of work. But like in particular, this idea of like moving plants and tending them, and it's like so much to this conversation, and it's just, yeah, I've spent many hours talking about it on the podcast with different people and trying to better understand like what is right relation around this kind of thing, and how it does merge into this the invasive plant conversation is inevitable that it comes up, because any kind of thing of like moving a plant is going to bring up questions of like, should that plant be moved or not, and it doesn't belong there or not. And those are the kinds of things that when we look at the history of how people have lived traditionally on the land, you realize that like so many plants have been moved around that we didn't think, we consider them wild in a way that humans didn't touch them or didn't mess with them. And that's just like that's like kind of missing something there. I think I've been just really interested in like observing and trying to better see and understand through a lens that into the past that we really don't know for sure a lot of the time, like what ways that people play with and engage the land. And I think Finn, who was a problematic person in a lot of ways, she's like pretty abusive, kind of crazy, on definitely on meth sometimes. I'm not saying that that's I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that like she was a very mixed bag. But I met her, or like heard about her for years, and then met her at different permanent skills gatherings at West Buckeye in California, and then I you know, saw her here and there, and then like got to hang out with her a little bit more in depth before then she then passed away from a heart attack. But she spent her whole life living on horseback in Nevada, moving plants around and gathering seed and planting wild gardens, because she just felt like there was nothing else that like she felt like she could do to be moral in the crazy world we live in. And it's pretty intense once you've hung out with her, that it is kind of hard to go back once you see that. And yet I can't claim that I've been doing that this whole time I've been doing the project that I've been working on. A lot of it has been a study, and it is like making medicine or working with it from a craft perspective. I have gathered seed and replanted it for many years, and to an extent, but not until the past couple years when I was working a lot with Gabe, who I don't think he presented on this, but who hung out with Finn a whole lot, even more than I did. You know, and there's other people in my life that have spent time with. Nikki, who was on the summit yesterday, who hung out with Finn for over a decade. You know, different people I've met who have taken their own stance on it, and it kind of like added this whole other layer to this work I was already doing, investigating these questions, and then using the podcast to kind of engage those questions, and then trying to get out on the land and like participate myself. And it's something that I've just been like adding into my life and work a lot more. But it's a big thing. Like I've been having kind of like a big a little bit of an existential crisis about it lately because it feels so big to do without like community, or without it being a totally uh when you feel like it's not the normal thing to be doing in this culture, when a lot of people don't even think that that's something that we should be prioritizing. So it sometimes does feel kind of intense to like think about how to approach it, or like still make money and still feel supported or in the world with other humans who get it, once you've kind of started to see something different. It's been tricky this year in particular for me to integrate after like being really focused in that for a while, and how to still like navigate this world, um paying a lot more attention in that way and being in participation in that way, and then just like what's the best way to do that. Yeah, so I think the Colorado Trail project, which I did to not this past summer but the summer before, was a big seed planting project, as well as like documenting the plants that were on the trail, which we have like tons of lists of plants and like photographs of all the plants. And the idea was to put all the photos together and the plant lists and like the seed planting sort of thought processes, the wild gardens we observed, and then sort of writing about what it is that kind of we thought about a lot while doing the walk around like this idea of wilderness and like unpeopled landscapes, and this sort of idea that these places are places that humans never were and they never touched and they never participated. And like it's very obvious that that's not the case when you actually look, whether you plant a seed or not, or whether you dig anything or not. And that project is still ongoing, and well, I don't know what's going to happen with it right now because it's just like a big thing and like kind of a crazy big, it's a life project. But I don't know, this summer I'll probably go check on a lot of that and actually see what all has germinated and what is growing now, and the question of like invasive plants around this is like, okay, so where it comes up, I mean, these were all native, so-called native plants that we were packing out and seeding, but the yampa that we were planting, for example, that particular species doesn't grow in Colorado. There is yampa up in the north west part of Colorado, and then all across the west in different areas. But the Colorado Trail, which was just the walk that we did a couple years ago, doesn't have yampa on it. We were wondering and seeing if there would be patches, And so the question for some people is like, is it appropriate to plant this plant that's really culturally significant, really amazing food plant that really thrives from human engagement and human tending, and other creatures tending it that aren't even in existence anymore, like grizzly bears, for example, right? Along with tons of other plants that thrive off that, like the Mariposa lilies and like biscuit roots being kind of a word used to talk about like lots of, different particular plants in the carrot family that are mainly out west. But yeah, like that engagement, if there was still that engagement to the level that it once probably was, again, we don't know 100% for sure. We don't really know. We still are kind of guesstimating a lot of the time, like what was, especially since what was always moving and shifting too, right? The question of appropriateness with, say, for example, planting something like yampa or like some of these biscuit roots is still kind of a moral question I'm always asking myself. And yeah, that conversation of what belongs and what doesn't and comes up. And I think I would say in this case, it's not a plant that, is necessarily going to take over anything in a way that we like put the word aggressive onto, like this sort of anthropomorphized sort of human culture word put onto plants, so maybe in some people's eyes, well, that's okay then, uh and in some people's eyes it makes more resilience. I don't even know what Nikki talked about yesterday, but definitely her and I are always having conversations about this, like, so what does it make something more resilient to plant it just outside the edge of where it grows, and maybe it actually used to grow there, or does it water down the genetics of that plant? And those are like especially if there's other species that are similar, these are the things that there has been a lot of research done on, and it just depends, And out east, there's a lot of thoughts about that too, with people like Connie Barlow doing assisted migration work. And well, she's doing it, or she's inspiring people to do it, not just out east. There's like plants in the west, in the southwest as well, like alligator juniper, that she's been focusing on. I'm excited to hang out with that plant a little bit more this winter. So I'm going to be going back down to the deeper southwest soon, but just like a juniper species that isn't very abundant, and could be easily moved around to be more abundant. And so I guess like the question of like why it doesn't necessarily, when it comes to like food and medicine, human, like things that are useful for humans, fiber, food, and medicine, it's not that even the plants that we focused on were useful to humans in that way per se. It's just that like it's like these small acts, of burying a branch, or like cutting back a thick area, or putting yampa or biscuit seeds in the like different sort of bushy woody plants that are what you would call nursery bushes and stuff for those seeds. And those small acts, whether or not they even make a big difference, it started for me to like really make everything that I had been doing for so long like make more sense, because I wasn't sure all the way how to approach that until I hung out with Finn and Nikki and Gabe, and really getting more hands-on, like, oh, okay, that OSHA I was going to go look at, and I did gather seed from, like, I need to like plant that seed, not just save it for some special garden I might have one day and like put it into my private land like plot. It's like, oh, actually this should be a part of all of it all the time, even maybe more than actually gathering anything for the medicine or for the food to put it up, but I also think yeah, there's a lot to all this. But and yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do this summer. I'm thinking about doing the Arizona Trail, and like in the spring here soon. Right now I feel like I have no energy because I've been sick and having a lot of existential crises feelings come up. But I've really been wanting to do the Arizona Trail, and just instead of, I don't have a big seed bundle right now, but like to document and just observe what with a certain eye, like, these trails are easy sometimes to conceptualize, like a beginning and end of a path, and then having a goal on that path and that walk to do a particular thing. And for me, like, okay, if I did that, another walk, that gives me a structure for having an idea, like, okay, on this walk I'm going to see what biscuit roots actually grow on the trail and take pictures of them and document them and GPS point them. I don't know what I'm going to do with that information later. It might be helpful for other people who are doing tangential projects. It might be helpful for preserving the genetics of these plants. It might be helpful for like a long-term trying to understand who grows where, why, when they flower, and like what their needs are. And a lot of times people do these through hikes and walks and don't ever look at what's around them because they're trying to get all the miles in, and I mean, sometimes I can be crazy like that, but I just the whole point for me is to use it as like a way to give myself structure for study and understanding how to participate. And yeah, and then in the summer I've thought a lot about going out and looking at a bunch of the planting spots that we did here in Colorado, and seeing what's, some stuff doesn't take very long to really go to flower, and some stuff will take years. But yeah, so it's kind of this thing that is a long-term vision, and I think something like what Allie Meters Knight's doing, again, I should have come for that whole talk with that person. I don't actually know them, but like the traditional ecological knowledge and land tending practices in particular places, it can look so different, and just like what those places, that dedication over time by a group of people and community really will highly affect and change that ecology to be more tuned into and like kind of in flow with like the way that humans should, is always this funny word, but like could be existing. And I think, yeah, that's a place-based situation, and that's in one place over time, deep relationships in that one zone. And I'm been doing a lot of like kind of gathering ideas and understanding from kind of a web of ideas and places, trying to better understand what's actually happening. And I don't know, the more I know, the more I think I realize I don't know, possibly. But yeah, that's some thoughts on all that.
Okay.
Focusing on parts of that if you want, or whatever. But.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. It's really good stuff, and the chat was just lighting up with all kinds of different comments and questions. And Mark Williams down here was saying he's happy to help you make a known plant checklist for the Arizona Trail area through the USD plant site. And people just sending you lots of support. And I did have one question in here I thought was relevant to what you were talking about.
Someone's from Crawford. That's near Durango, right? I were near Paonia. I was thinking about going up there to visit while I'm here this winter, but I did not make it up. Anyways, yes, continue.
Yes, all about the cross-pollination. Someone was asking, this is such an interesting question, and I think you have great insights on this. I've heard you speak to it a little bit before. Is there a definitive answer for when invasive becomes a native? And yeah, I would just be curious to hear your thoughts on that, because I know that you can get into some like scientific stuff on that. And I just I see sometimes where people kind of gloss over the native thing, that it's almost like, anything can just become a native really quickly. And we know that it can take tens of thousands, not millions of years for things to develop those relationships with insects and birds, and timing and all those different things. So yeah, just curious, because I know you can kind of speak to some of the science behind that probably better than I can. So curious what your thoughts are on that.
Mark Williams, like he and I have had this conversation quite a lot, and I've been wondering where he's at with it, because I got him to listen to the Matthew Chu conversation that we put out on the podcast. He's like a PhD scientist that studied the history of invasion biology. So if anybody's interested in hearing, like, sometimes some people consider it a boring conversation, because he's very geeky, dry, but funny. No, he's actually not dry. He's really funny, actually. Nikki was part of it. Nikki, who was on yesterday, and Gabe, and our friend Calibri, who has been on my podcast a few times and has their own podcast as well. And yeah, it's a big conversation. Like, what I think something too to ask ourselves is like, can we go also step back and think about Nikki, is that Nikki? I can't tell if that's the last Nikki. I'm wondering if she was going to tune in. It's like, is that the Nikki? Because she can speak to this way better than I can, to be honest. But and she and Calibri are actually working on reviving their zine on this whole topic right as we speak right now. And when I go visit them, I hope to get to proofread it. But I think something that Matthew Chu brings up in a lot of his research, and then like Nikki and Calibri have been like reiterating in their own way in their ongoing zine project on this topic, trying to make it more digestible for people outside I think that I really appreciate their zine, because it's exploring this in a more digestible way for people who get really bogged down by all the academic kind of stuff out there around this topic, and also the very big political divide that can happen around it. Obviously, like, even in this group, it's possible we could all get in a big fight about it, but I think one of the things that I don't remember what the name of the article was, yeah, native is a relative thing. Like Matthew Chu wrote a piece on like, let's actually think about how do we even determine what native is, nativism, and the history of the word nativism around its relationship to calling plants. That it has a lot of and I can't speak fully to every word for word thing that he said in the article. I feel like Nikki or Gabe or Calibri can speak to this a lot more because they've like read it a million times. But there's a lot of roots in white supremacy around like the ways that these words are created and defined and like constructed, and like these conceptualizations of what a certain baseline is before and after this date is. If it was here before this time, then it's it's a native plant, and if it was here after this time, then it was or if it came after this time, then it's non-native. But then we don't even really all the way know sometimes how to determine what was here before a certain date and what wasn't. And what if it was here what if it came 2 years before that, or what if it was 20 years before that, or what if it was, you know, like a plant like pawpaw that was moved around by people? Like, where do you decide that line is a question to ask. And like, when does an invasive plant become a native plant? And then if you start with first asking questions around like how we even define what a native plant is, which people just accept, oh well, like of course a native plant is just a plant that co-evolved in a place for this many years, but that's actually not all like scientifically agreed upon either, you know. Like there are certain plants that we call native that haven't been here that long, but we feel like they belong culturally, so we're calling them that. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the comments here. Yeah, there, you know, and then often, you know, this is something I taught a ethnobotany juniper class last winter when I was like doing a little bit of zooming and teaching. And even just this is such a great example of like a native plant that we can agree upon often culturally all together, that like juniper species, Juniperus genus, is a native plant that has been here, you know, long enough to qualify, right? But so many of the invasive species lists that are they're made across this country in particular include Juniperus virginiana in specific as an invasive plant. And you're like, well, it doesn't make sense sometimes how we're even deciding this, because it often is the determining factors might be how annoyed we are about how they grow in the cow fields, or how much income that the tree takes from the schools because the ranching brings the money, and you know, that doesn't feel very objective. But there is something to be said. I mean, of course I was saying native plants, right, when I was talking about these seeds that we were planting across Colorado, knowing that it's loaded, right? And knowing that people are like gonna ask. I mean, even when we were on the walk, people are like, are these, you're planting seeds in the wilderness? Like, you're not supposed to do that kind of thing here. You're not even supposed to walk off the path unless you're gonna camp or pee or get water or whatever. You know, there's like this sort of conversation around like what can we touch and not on the land too, and out in ecology, and like still this sort of idea that we shouldn't touch anything is like a big part of the conversation too. And yeah, all of this is stuff that we've talked about on the podcast. You know, I've had different people on, and you know, I don't always agree with what everyone says, or I'm always sort of trying to take in new information and new perspectives. And we definitely have gotten some real academic people on there talking about it, and some native folks, and some like people like Nikki who've just been out there for years, really in it. And let's see here. Mark Williams says, here's my comprehensive take on exotic invasives after many hundreds of hours of research and reflections, but suffice it to say, a lot of the good-bad divide, it is relative to the perspective across time and space, considering ancient regimes is no longer in place, changing climate and changing needs for the future ahead for the system as a whole versus for the human-centric need to control. Ultimately, harvest for use sustainably is a potential solution for many invasives. I would like to get Mark on the podcast again so we can talk about this from his perspective, because he offers a whole other perspective as an ethnobotanist in Western North Carolina, who's like also been all over the world and like observed a lot of things and is very open to like kind of the nuance. And I have my own perspective. I've been definitely I remember when that book Invasive Plant Medicine came out, and I lived in New Hampshire at the time. I don't know if y'all have heard of that book. A lot of herbalists and people who are interested in thinking about like Lyme disease and plant medicine have got that book in their repertoire. I think Timothy Lee Scott wrote the book. I remember I was like working on a farm, and I went to Vermont to some town to go to the co-op, and like saw some sign for like a book signing for that book, and I remember showing up for it at that time when I was getting really curious about plants, farming, but then like being really kind of annoyed by like the capitalist farming, even organic farming kind of routine way of thinking about plants as money and all of it, and really getting more curious about all these other plants that were there. And I just saw that, and I went to the talk, and then at that moment I was like, oh, this Japanese knotweed that I was seeing come up in the garden and around the old farmhouse that I was living in is this amazing plant that does all this crazy cool stuff. And I started off like just not being able to conceptualize that it was bad, and then people kept being like, no, you shouldn't love that plant. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess not. And so I've gone through a lot of different waves of like trying to understand and being influenced by different people and perspectives and research and the culture of it all. And I'm still like in my own journey with it. And like the podcast is definitely a platform where I'm just like asking a lot of questions, doing a lot of listening, and just asking instead of being scared to even ask the questions, you know. Yeah. I'm at the see. I think Mark Williams put another link out about invasive plant medicine too on the chat. And Nikki says, honestly, the term only invokes a negative judgment. It brings up a bias that overlooks context, and we end up shooting the messengers who are responding to conditions as they are, changed from what they were at the point in time as a baseline reference. This is something that I'm always reminded by Nikki, and I'm assuming this is the Nikki because she says that the shooting the messengers, like especially I love you, Nikki. I can't wait to see you soon. Something that she brings up, like, well, it's so. I think about the Southwest ecologically. You know, I've spent a lot of time I grew up in the South and the Southeast. I've lived in New England, out west in California, for a while, and like seeing the ecological situation in so many places, depending on what's going on. I'm like, California it's insane what has been done to the land, like how much it's been changed, you know, by agriculture and like water overuse and all these things, and like, or just, you know, water overuse, and like what's happening. Yeah, there's not large amounts of camas growing in the Central Valley anymore. And then in the Southwest, you don't necessarily have these cottonwood and willow groves in the abundance and in the way that they grew before, right? You don't have people tending them in the same way, but you have dams everywhere. You've got people polluting the rivers. You have cities popping up where there's not enough water to support the amount of people using the amount of water they're using. And it's kind of one of those things, like the messenger is the salt cedar and tamarisk, say, for example, in the Southwest, coming up in these places where we're not really giving those other plants a lot of like chance to thrive in the way that we think they used to, right? And so they're coming up as like, yeah, they're giving us a message of like, what are you doing? And while we're here, we can live with this, you know. And that's something that I think you see with Japanese knotweed too, in riparian areas in the east where it's really abundant. I mean, I think it's in the Pacific Northwest a lot too. And you see a lot of these so-called invasive plants, yeah, responding to the conditions that we see and we're faced with right now. and not just these conditions that we would consider harmful, like polluting or overuse of water or all these things, but just literally changes. Like, that's another thing that Nikki's brought up to me a lot too, is like, what is, and this is not trying to be anti-climate change or anything like that either. It's just like, we also got to think about like this, that nature isn't static, or like that existence isn't static. Like the water is always moving in the creek right there in the river, you know, it's like, and holding that in it all too, right? And what belongs and what doesn't is a bigger question to ask ourselves when we try to figure out what is supposed to be even the baseline for normal, you know. um yeah, so there's a lot to all that, and I would like to keep talking about that on the podcast more. Like, we definitely had some thoughts when Gabe was more involved with the podcast, like to try to interview Mark Davis, who's been doing research for years on this stuff, and Kat Anderson potentially. At one point we were talking about it, and yeah, Matthew True's been on it, which I highly recommend if you want to get geeky about this, just like someone who's studied like the kind of cultural, historical relationship with even the word invasive, and like the concept of it, and holding that to nature, you know, or to other humans, who belongs and who doesn't. And yeah, it's a big conversation. And again, I don't say I'm not an expert at this, and haven't been, I haven't read every article about it. But I have definitely had some hard conversations with people over the years trying to figure out how to like explore this in an uncharged way. And the podcast has been nice because I just have people on, ask them questions, and I don't hear what everyone's saying when they listen to it. And maybe, you know, you can comment on the blog post about it if you want, or you can call in and leave a voicemail. Tell me you hate it if you want to, like, tell me you totally disagree. Like, I'm open and I'm here for it. Like, I just really care about this conversation too. And like, I care about the plants, and don't want to like hate any plant, you know, like, I don't know.
100%. I mean, I think that's like the where it all comes to for me is biodiversity, and making sure that there's just space for everything to sort of thrive. And like, that's what's really, and I think the planet is going to eventually be reset in such a way that biodiversity will be there. And just to like, you know, kind of speak to what's going on, like I haven't seen the chat get so fiery the entire time of this entire summit. So that's really awesome. I mean, it brings up feelings for people, and we have some like awesome experts in the chat talking back and forth about it. And it's really amazing to just see people like, you know, it lights up things for me. It brings up some kind of a grief that we all have around being displaced and being kind of invasive ourselves. And, you know, Japanese knotweed is such an interesting example of it, of one that's perhaps the most disliked invasive plant on the planet, with so many you know, medicinal uses, something that people really like, you know, strive after. And that's something me and Jillian are both looking into doing, is having an invasive plant harvesting day around here to harvest the Japanese knotweed root, and do like a community medicine making day, while we're also kind of controlling the population a little bit, because it's a pretty big task to think about. But yeah, just trying to think about ways to mitigate the problem, or not view it so much as a problem, but yeah, also see it as a possible solution, as something that people, you know, use as a medicine, uses fiber, uses food, etc. So yeah, just speaking to that a little bit. And it's really good to see everyone's comments, so we can keep pulling from the chat. And
Well, I mean, like, what the most hated invasive, if you're in the Southwest, I feel like, well, it's, what do people, I don't know, salt cedar is like a big one out here, you know, people love to hate, but and Monterey pine in California, and, you know, and often Junipers virginiana, which is so-called native anyways. And but something that to think about too, and this is something Nikki always reminds me, is like, let's still think about like this idea that we actually know what intelligence is happening with these plants. Like, I mean, with the East in particular too, like in talking to Dave and Janet on the podcast about what they're doing at Terra Silva School and out at Spillcorn on their land in Madison County, is like, we can't go back. And in Appalachia in particular, for example, like the keystone species that we would determine a baseline around is the chestnut, which is impossible to reestablish the way that it was. And it's impossible to reestablish the kind of topsoil that was there before too. And all the animals that are extinct now, like the passenger pigeon, that's not there anymore. And it's like, okay, well, we can love the chestnut and try to do experiments with like making resistant species or making resistant hybrids of this tree, like be able to be planted back in the wild, and like and like have hopes for having it be part of everything again, you know. And we have tons of other things changing all the time too, but like, is it really something we're trying to do to like bring it back to that so what we consider a harmonious state of when the chestnut reigned? Like, it's not like we can, you know, by removing Japanese knotweed and kudzu as if they're a problem. Like, I think we are where we are now, and they obviously are doing things for the land that we have messed up, you know, through overlogging and poisoning and all these things. And they're maybe asking us to engage them. I mean, I love the culture coming out of kudzu right now in Appalachia. I really wanted to do a lot more playing around with kudzu, because it's like endless basketry material, endless food, endless medicine, endless jungle gym, endless places to hide, you know, endless forage for goats. And, you know, a lot of people like love to hate kudzu too, because they see it off the side of the road being so massive and so scary seeming, because it's taking over all these trees. And so it seems like it's sort of reducing biodiversity from the perspective of the moment in time we're looking at now. But I'm like, is the goal actually to try to get rid of those plants? Wouldn't we be kind of sad now if there was no more kudzu? I mean, like, really? Like, none? Like, what about kudzu camp? Like, what about like all the beautiful baskets that Nancy Basket makes, you know, like this weaver in the South? It's like, I don't know. I mean, is that really what we want our goal to be? You know, I think it's like they're asking us to create culture around them, and who knows what will happen. Like any plant, I think some of these plants might decide that they have a different way they're going to be in 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. And our love of them or hate of them is going to be what it is, and they're going to do what they want, and we could choose to hang out with them and like do stuff with them, you know. Yeah, if you can never go back to what was, just not possible. Why? Change seems to be a rule of the universe. Yeah, and I think there's a way to hold change is inevitable and not be like in denial that obviously that we're doing things that are fucked up to the land, and like there are problems that humans are creating, you know. Like, I think I often get that, like, well, you're a climate change denier if you're just sort of using that Zen koan of like everything has changed, you can't step in the same river twice, right? Like, I think there's like I think that there's actually nuance to holding all of it. Yeah, and thanks, Mark, for like all of your amazing geeky citations here. I love it. I want to get Mark Williams and Nikki and Calibri on the podcast together. That would be sweet, but I don't know if I can make that happen at some point, but we'll see.
Hey, so Kelly, I got a bit of a fun question to ask you. If you had only 5 plants that you could interact with for the rest of your life, what would they be and why?
Oh man. Oh. Wait, 5 plants I can only interact with for the rest of my life. Like, I've been like quarantined in my Airstream for like the last however many days, kind of going a little nuts, like laying on the floor in like 10 different places and like just missing being outside all the time and like with plants. And I'm like, wow, if there wasn't for plants, I think I wouldn't be alive. I don't know how people sit in offices all day, but um but that's a really hard question because like I think practically too, like what would be something that I would need for all my food and medicine, or what would be something that I need for, you know, oh God, that's a hard one. I mean, there's just plants I generally just love for the sake of loving them. I mean, cottonwood is one. There's some right here. Um, I wouldn't say it's the most survival. Like, if I had to have five and one of they had to keep me alive. Like, I wouldn't
Let's
say
just say
necessarily
the top
cottonwood,
five.
bud. Stab is gonna say that again.
Let's just say your top five favorites. Not that you just only have to deal with them, but your top five favorite ones.
Oh man. I guess I could say cottonwood I really love to have in my life. Oh gosh. I think these days I don't think I could live without an anemone or pulsatilla. It's really kind of saves me in like a trauma medicine sort of way. And then they're just so beautiful, and especially in the high country in Colorado in the summer, like they're just endless fields of different uh species and varieties and stuff, and I'm just like, now I don't think I could live without an enemy. But and then I did remember I got to see the two, I don't know how many species are in Appalachia, but I got to see two of them this summer, or the spring summer, first time in a long time, bloom in the forest, and I was like, oh my God. An enemy. Man. And now it's winter, so I'm like, everything is kind of quiet, and I'm dreaming of the time when everything is flowering again and leafed out. But uh what else? Um oh gosh. Oh man, this is such a hard one. I mean, then you ask me again in July, I might say some different things, but um I've definitely taken a liking to OSHA. I really love being able to hang out with that. I say genus because like there's a species out in Appalachia and there's species out west too, but different species. We actually noted a couple different ones on the Colorado Trail, but um I have been using that this week too. So um really love OSHA, and nettles, pretty amazing. Uh yeah, man, I don't know. I'm like looking out my window right now too and be like, well, there's all that willow over there. I love willow. Like, yeah, that's a hard question to answer because there's so many that I love, but got me thinking.
Yeah, for me, it would kind of change through the seasons, like
Yeah.
whatever I'm using or with whatever in that particular moment.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Cool. So go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, I've just been happy to see pinyon pine again after a year of being out east because I really love. Of course, I can't smell sagebrush right now. I can't smell pinyon pine. I mean, these are very aromatic plants normally. I couldn't smell the cottonwood buds earlier. I'm like, okay. um, but yeah, I was excited to see pinyon pine again too. Yeah.
Awesome. People are saying it's fun watching you dream through plants right now to find favorites. So if people have direct questions, I know we're covering a lot of content and there was a lot of action in the chat that we might not have gotten to, but if people have direct questions for Kelly, this would be a good time to drop them in the chat. And also someone was asking, what's the name of your podcast? So would you like to tell people what that is?
Yeah. Sorry, my lungs are not happy right now. The Ground Shots podcast is the name of the podcast. and you can find it on iTunes, Spotify. There's a bunch of other little platforms that you can also generally find it on. And then my website is ofsedgeandsalt.com, and you can listen directly through that website as well and download the audio for the episodes onto your player that you like to use. And usually in the blog posts for the podcast, a lot of the time I have extra stuff in there, like writing about like how I came and interviewed the person, or like photos from when I interviewed them. I've been working on Doug Elliott's episode right now. He's a storyteller and herbalist, naturalist in the South. And I have some pictures from meeting up with him. Like I over the years, a lot of my interviews have been field, going out and seeing people in their worlds, which is a really sweet kind of way to move about the world. I think like getting the chance to go into someone's life and world, like going and hanging out with Doug Elliott for the day and foraging for mushrooms and eating all the food that he and Yana grew and foraged. And it wasn't just a sit down for an hour interview, it's like a whole experience. And so a lot of time the blogs for the podcast have photographs, and I don't even always mention it on the podcast. I mean to, but sometimes I don't. And so that you can kind of see into, their people's worlds a little bit. And I'd like to do that a little bit more video and stuff in the future if I can get a grasp on how to do that. Yeah. So
Cool. I'm excited to hear the Doug Elliott one. Can you give us any insights into when that might be dropping?
I'm working on it. I've been working on it this whole time I've been sick. And what we have to do, there's a couple things that it's going to be kind of interwoven with some pre-recorded stories and songs and stuff that he's already done. And kind of decide what to choose and not choose is really difficult because there's so many good things that he's recorded over the years. My hope was to have it by in bulk, which is like now, but I still need to finish my initial edits, and then there's some audio and interference stuff that I need to get help from my friend on toning down a little bit. And then I'm gonna send it to him to see if he has any extra insights on something he might want to add. I'm kind of told him I would do that, so I'm not sure. Hopefully ASAP, but I want to be open to if he wants to change anything or add anything. So that's hopefully in February. It'll happen in February. It's been a little slow lately, like getting the initial edits done, but I'm excited to share it with people. So
Cool. We can't wait, but take your time, take care of yourself. Someone was wanting us to have an impromptu talk with Mark and Nikki all together since they were here, but we can't do that. We don't have the time for it right now. We'll save it for your podcast too.
I know I've been like, this is like way my brain thinks. Like I'm always like these people should meet and talk and hang out or like date or be in a relationship in some way. And I'm like, I kept thinking this summer, like getting to see Mark. I'm like, oh, I just really wish Nikki was here having this conversation with us. And but having them kind of on a panel together would be digitally or on the podcast would be really fun, I think. So
look out for that. Makara has a question for you. Makara's asking, what is your favorite wild food plant and preparation?
Oh, I don't know.
Big question.
To be every year I'm doing something different too. Like I've done pine nut harvest for I don't know 3 or 4 different years. I've done that. When it's a good pine nut year and we're out getting pine nuts, it's just such a fun time to be out in Nevada. And this is something that I don't know if it's Finn or somebody told me about, where you take all the pine nuts and you boil them in salt water and then let the salt water boil off, and it's just the salt kind of gets into with the shell and everything, and the salt gets into the pine nuts, and you like crack the pine nuts and eat them. They're really soft shelled, and then like the nut inside will have like a nice salty flavor from that. That's a really fun one, but it's been a couple years since I've been able to do that. And oh man, it just really, I mean, I was in Appalachia this fall and did a big black walnut harvest, and I'm like so excited to be eating on those. That's been years. And with walnuts, I mean, you can make all kinds of stuff like pâtés and cookies and pies and um, pestos and baking into all kinds of things, and and it just has an amazing flavor. I don't know, it just really, it's like, I'm thinking when I was in California, what was something that I really enjoyed a lot, to the miner's lettuce salads all the time. And oh, what's your take on Toyon and inspiration from Hollywood? Oh, this is Mark asking this. um Toyon is like a rose family shrub in California that has really red fruits that in the wintertime are very like prominent. And I don't, yeah, I mean, I guess it was used as part of the name for Hollywood, even though it's not a holly or even related to holly. But I don't know anything about the story behind it exactly, other than it's a cool tree, or I guess it's a small bush, woody shrub bush. I don't know if you would call it technically a tree, but I mean, I like Toyon. It's very astringent, but I don't know. I don't know what to say about it in Hollywood, but
Well, a lot of people call it California holly because it has like the kind of spiky leaves on the margins like a holly, and then it has the red berries too. So
yeah, I can see why it looks kind of like a holly, with the serrated margins, or like uh, but I think it's one of those things where, like, I mean, with the cedar thing, like, what's a cedar? Hollies are generally not edible, like Ilex, genus plants or whatever. Or no, there's Yopon, I guess. I mean, I guess that's more medicine. I don't know. I guess it is. I guess hollies can be edible. Um, it's one of those things. It looks like a holly, yeah, but it's not a holly. Yeah.
Cool. I'm not seeing too many more questions right now. It seems like we gave people plenty to chew on. I think we easily could have talked for an hour and a half.
I don't have so much to say because I've been kind of like in a hard place lately, and I
Yeah,
was like, am I gonna be able to like say it? And then I'm like, I just really appreciate being able to come and hang out with other geeky plant people, because that's
yeah,
something I really miss in my life right now. People who like can have who can handle, like, who want to go there, you know?
totally,
Yeah.
totally.
It's the
Well,
thing.
it sounds like some people in the chat were from Colorado. So if y'all want to shoot Kelly a message and say hello and maybe network.
Send me an email or a message on Instagram or something, because I might not be able to like kind of grasp on then Zoom like how to contact people, but like I'll be back
Sure,
up.
sure. I was going to direct people to you.
I'll be back up in spring, summer, so people who are here, I'm definitely interested in connecting to more people in Colorado, because I feel like I don't know a ton of people here ultimately. So yeah.
Right on. Well, I'm giving people your Instagram, the @Ground Shots podcast. That's one of them, correct?
Yeah, Ground Shots podcast, or Golden Berries is like my personal one that I do a lot
Right.
of shout outs on there too for the same stuff. But
Cool. Giving those for both people, and also people can support your work. You have a Patreon for your podcast, so people can support you through that. Is that right?
yeah, patreon.com/of sedge and salt. You can, that's like a way to subscribe to support the podcast every month. And then there's like I have PayPal link and Cash App and like Venmo and stuff like that. It's all like on my website blog, where people can also do one-time donations. I've been getting some lately, and I just been really appreciating that, because I always have a hard time being like shouting that out, because
Yeah,
I
for sure.
really want to care about money, but it costs money, so it's always helpful, even like a little bit. So
Sure. And it's really well done, and it's an artistic project that I think people really get a lot out of, and I certainly have.
well, thanks.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're wrapping up on time right now and coming to the end of the summit. I think this was just a really beautiful way to bring it full circle, having you you know, be our keynote for the evening, and having Mother Marrow play you in, and I just think it was really beautiful. So super grateful, and thank you for being on, Kelly, and for spending time. And we're wishing you all the best on a full recovery and getting a
Thanks.
good sense of smell back and everything.
I hope so. I'm so scary to think I can smell sagebrush ever again. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. But thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And yeah, y'all can all find Kelly's information in the chat. I just dropped all those links. Yeah, people giving you lots of shout outs and thank yous and all that. So that's awesome. Great. Yeah. Kelly. Yeah, that's pretty much bringing us to a close. I mean, this has been a lot of content, and just been excellent networking opportunity for people. And I mean, I'm just seeing like people in the chat who have been here the entire time, like the entire 14 hours of it. So big shout outs to y'all for, you know, taking the time, listening to it, chatting back and forth. Like, you know, big shout outs to all the people who have you know, taking the time to write comments consistently, and, you know, just being here in any way, shape, or form is massively appreciated. Gotta give shout outs to JT here for hosting me in this house that has good Wi-Fi, and for being an excellent person and girlfriend. Thanks for doing the intro.
Yeah, glad I could participate.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for your questions.
And, thank you for being here, Kelly, and sharing all your information with us. And also, I wanted to thank you, Brian, for putting this all together and getting everything coordinated. And everybody, you know, make sure that you go and follow him and keep in contact with him at Healing Ecosystems as well on Instagram, and healingecosystems.com as well.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. And I'll throw that in the chat, and I'll also give you a shout out for coming up with this entire idea, the brainchild of Kyle Dahl over there. It has all come to fruition, and thank you so much, man. You're such a humble, awesome person. And yeah, so people are asking about the recordings. I'll put Kyle's handle in there too. Follow him at Reading Forager, and he's got an ebook coming out here in the next few weeks to few months. So y'all keep an eye out for that. He's a wealth of knowledge. And yeah, people asking about the recordings. We're gonna have 10 gigs worth of recordings to look through, basically. So no small task, but we're gonna try to figure out how to parse that up for everyone. And we'll be sending those links out to everyone's emails with the email that you signed up through the Eventbrite on. So that will be coming hopefully by the end of the month at the very latest. Hopefully sooner if we can get to it. But yeah, so y'all can check out all these interviews once again and re-experience the summit. And I'm definitely planning to hopefully do this annually. And I think this is a great time for it, when we're all sort of, you know, depending on where you're at, but kind of hunkered inside for the most part. And just hoping to have more diverse and interesting speakers as, you know, time goes on, and be able to actually sustain through more and more sponsorship. So if you're interested in becoming a sponsor of the summit, you can reach out to me or Kyle for next year, and we would love to have you in here and run some ads for you, and just be able to, you know, compensate presenters all that in the coming years. So we really want to grow this, maybe even do it in person at some point. That would be awesome. So I'll leave it at that. Any other parting words, Kyle, JT?
Yeah, if anybody has suggestions for speakers we should include, or if they want to be a speaker, you know, shoot me or Brian a message, and just let us know, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Cool. Thank you for that.
Groovy.
All right. Cool, guys. All right, we're gonna sign it off, and thank you all so much for being here. Big blessings to everybody, and happy winter, happy harvest. All right.
Thank you, everybody.